I feel like you've become different. What's the difference? I can't explain it, but I feel that my limb coordination and muscle power generation have improved while I'm walking. Brother, you are back. Just come back. Feeling good. Lingyin, come down quickly and don't delay your brother's meal. Ouch. Luckily it was real hair. Otherwise it would have been exposed. After dinner, the two brothers took a bath. Su Qianan was invited to the New Year's house to discuss Chuzhou affairs in detail. The two of them unknowingly neglected to invite their second uncle. In fact, the second uncle, who was not good at intrigue, could no longer keep up with the level of the two brothers. Alas, these two bastards no longer look down on me. How to say? Something big happened in Chuzhou. Today, officials were making trouble in the imperial city and the news spread widely. What's up? Don't worry about these things. To be honest, I don't even have the time to worry about it now. Well. Brother, you haven't told me the details of what happened in Chuzhou City. Su Qianan calmly narrated his experiences on the journey north, telling Su Tizhou bit by bit. The Chuzhou case is more serious than you think. Including empathizing with Governor Zhang and seeing the massacre in Chuzhou City. It turns out that His Majesty was also involved. It seems that the few remaining feelings of loyalty to the Emperor collapsed, and no trace of it remains. The purpose of the delegation's return to Beijing this time is to make the crimes of the King of Jinbei known to the world. Oh, Lord Zhang would not allow a beast like the King of Jinbei to be buried as a prince and passed down to future generations as the great protector of the nation. Scholars care most about their reputation after death. If the King of Jinbei cannot be convicted, Zhang Xinghuai thinks this is an unsuccessful revenge. It doesn't count as seeking justice for the people of Chuzhou City. Sizhou thinks, how should this battle be fought? You are already doing it. With overwhelming force, he threatened Emperor Yuan Jing. Didn't he agree to meet Prime Minister W? Let's see what the result is tomorrow. Well, unfortunately, I can't help much with the affairs of the court. It doesn't feel good to pin my hopes on others. Brother, you have done enough. Clam calm. Brother, something seems to be wrong. According to what you said, if this case was a conspiracy between Emperor Yuan Jing and Prince Huai, then the envoys wanted to catch him off guard. It was a failure from the start. Don't forget, Ke Yangshu escaped, and the Jinbei King's spy also escaped. Will these people not report the news of the death of the Jinbei King back to the capital? Maybe when you are full of confidence, he has already received the news in advance. Then, Emperor Yuan Jing must have already thought of how to deal with it. Don't doubt it, Our Majesty has been playing political games for so many years. If he gets serious, I'm afraid that Duke Wei and Prime Minister W will not be his match. You reminded me, it is true. The court is not my home ground. I am not so arrogant as to think that I can fight Emperor Yuan Jing for 300 rounds in the court. Secondly, my official position was too low, and I didn't even have the chance to attend court, which meant I was not qualified to go to the front line. Therefore, this time, the main force position will be handed over to Duke Wei and Governor Zhang. And those who seek fame and gain, or have justice left in their hearts. See, however, I can still help out. I heard that King Jinbei died in the northern border. Some people wake up laughing in their sleep. Is the teacher referring to Wei Yuan or someone else? I can't figure it out. The one who killed the King of Jinbei was a mysterious master, who fought against 5 masters alone in the ruins of Chuzhou City and killed the King of Jinbei in public. He avenged the people and then chased them for thousands of miles and killed Zhili Zhigu. It was so exciting that I wanted to take his place. However, I felt better when I thought that Su Ningyan also did not stand out. Eyes full of compassion. This guy has been taking away my opportunities, how hateful. He must have been envious of the mysterious master in Chuzhou as he watched him maneuver so freely. After so much trouble yesterday, I thought His Majesty would compromise and invite the Prime Minister to come in to discuss the matter. Who would have thought that the Prime Minister W's reply was, "Your Majesty has not seen me." Ridiculous, thinking that by avoiding it, you can pretend that it never happened? So today, the Re-ministers gathered at the palace gate again to go on strike and cause trouble. As the incident unfolded, the Jinbei king massacre was no longer limited to the officialdom. The king of Jinbei was so cruel and inhumane. 380,000 lives and an entire city were killed. How could he be so cruel? Did you know that it was Suyin Luo who went to the northern border to investigate the case this time? Without him, the crimes of King Jinbei would not have been revealed until now. With Suyin Luo, I feel that the court is still a good court, because there is no possibility for evildoers to get away with it anymore. Camo. But I heard that Suyin Luo was powerless to do anything about the affairs of the court. That's fine, the civil and military officials will naturally replace Suyin Luo. Have you heard that Su Yinluo's cousin, the one who won the imperial examination in spring, cursed at the palace gate for 2 whole hours yesterday, until dusk, and he went there again today? It's really awesome. In the palace. If we kill him, the trend will be unstoppable and we will incur public outrage. What did Wei Yuan do yesterday? Your Majesty, that Su Xinyan is yelling and cursing outside again. He is really hateful and deserves to be killed. Duke Wei went to see Prime Minister W secretly at night. The implication is that the two fierce tigers in the court have formed a private alliance. Wei Yuan and W Zhenwen symbolize the two largest factions in the court. If they join forces, no one can be their opponent. Even Your Majesty has suffered at the hands of these two. The practice of selling official positions and titles was very popular at the time, but was later put out by the two men. Most of the positions and titles that had been sold were either dismissed or beheaded in 5 years, and were taken back by Prime Minister W. See, calm, what's abnormal in the uterus? Everything is calm, but Princess Linen returned to the palace yesterday, and Princess Huiqing. What happened to Huiqing? Left the palace and returned to Huiqing Mansion. Because of the heart. If Linen comes to see her later, let her go back. On the third day, all the ministers gathered at the palace gate as usual, but careful people would notice that although the number of people did not change, some ministers who held great power did not come today. I am here on the orders of the eldest princess to invite Suyin Luo to the princess residence for a chat. Now the imperial palace has become a place of right and wrong, and no outsiders are allowed to enter the palace. The princes, princesses, and concubines in the palace naturally cannot summon outsiders. So Princess Huiqing has something to tell me? AMA. Huiqing Prefecture is located in the highest area of the imperial city and is the most heavily guarded area. This area has the residences of royal family members and the residences of princes and princesses such as Linen. It is an important place second only to the imperial palace. After all, I am the chief officer of the Chuzhou case and one of the main people involved. Huiqing must have come to me at this time because he hasn't seen me for a long time and misses me badly. Huiqing Mansion. Huiqing Mansion. Your Highness. Tell me about the details of the north. Su Qian then told him in detail what had happened in Chuzhou. Ko. Come with me for a walk in the yard. Father is wrong. Prince Hui is first a prince, and only secondarily a warrior. The higher your status in life, the more you should consider your sitting position first, as it is the foundation of your life. Therefore, Prince Hui deserves to be put to death, even though Dafeng lost a top warrior as a result. Well. What about your father? Did he deserve to die? Your Highness is righteous. What does this have to do with justice? It's just that the blood is still hot. I am very disappointed with my father. The reason why my father stayed in the palace was not because he was cowardly, but it was his strategy. Sound transmission. Strategy? Sound transmission. Amma Princess Huiqing's cultivation is not shallow. If she wants to transmit sound, she must reach the state of spiritual refinement. She has been keeping a low profile. Have you noticed, during these 3 days, among the civil servants blocking the palace gate, which ones left, which ones came, and which ones were just watching the fun? Sound transmission. When the news of the YWS massacre spread back to the capital, no matter if it was a treacherous minister or a good minister, no matter if it was out of indignation or for fame, any educated person would not have no reaction. Sound transmission. Sound transmission. At this time, the public was excited and the tide was at its fiercest. So my father avoided the sharp edge and stayed in the palace. However, the first effort is strong, the second is weaker, and the third is exhausted. Once you all calm down, once some of you have achieved your goal of becoming famous, and once other voices appear in the officialdom, that will be the time for my father to truly come out and wrestle with you all. Sound transmission. And that day will not be too far away, I promise, it will be within 3 days. Sound transmission. Now rumors are spreading in the capital, the people are shocked and people from all walks of life are talking about it. At first glance, it seems to be a big trend. Sound transmission. However, my father's real opponents are only in the court, not those peddlers. But the Prince of Hwai massacred the city after all, and he had to give an explanation to the officials and the people of the world. Sound transmission. Let's see how Prime Minister W and Duke Wei make their move. Your Highness once studied at Yunlu Academy. Have you ever heard of a book called The Remnants of the Great Zhou Dynasty? Never heard of it. Shake head. On this day, the indignant civil servants still failed to break into the palace to see Emperor Yuan Jing, and after dusk, they dispersed. But the civil servants did not give up and agreed to come again tomorrow. If Emperor Yuan Jing did not give an explanation, they would paralyze the entire court. It was also on this day that different voices aired in the officialdom. Someone raised a question with deep concern. Everyone knows about the massacre of the city by the Jinbei king. Where is the dignity of the court? The people of the world must be extremely disappointed with the royal family and the court. Over the past 20 years, the image of the king of Jinbei has been majestic and tall, a military god, a guardian of the north, and a prince of his generation. However, if the royal family committed such brutal acts, would the people applaud and cheer as if they were executing corrupt officials? No, their faith would collapse, and they would lose trust in the royal family and the court. On the same day, the crown prince of the Eastern Palace was assassinated in his bedroom after dusk. That night, the palace gates were locked and the imperial guards searched the entire palace for the assassin, but to no avail. The next day, the 4 gates of the capital were closed, and the Prime Minister W Jinwen and Wei Yuan mobilized the 5 guards of the capital, the government constables, and the night watchmen to search the whole city for the assassin. From house to house, the entire capital was in chaos. What does the prince have to do with this? How could he be assassinated for no reason? Was it a coincidence or part of a game? If it's the latter, that's too tragic. Early in the morning, Su Qianan, who heard about this, went to see Wei Yuan immediately, but Wei Yuan did not see him. In desperation, he had to go to the post station and discuss with Zhang Xinghuai. Lord Zhang is out and not at the post station. Those are the old emperor's navy. Recently, there have been some different voices in the officialdom, saying that the Jinbei King massacre case is very difficult and concerns the prestige of the court and the people's hearts in various places, and needs to be treated with caution. Lord Zhang was very and went out this morning, apparently to give a sermon at the Imperial College. I do have some respect for Emperor Yuan Jing. He has been playing political games for so many years. Although he is an incompetent emperor, he is not stupid. Let's go to the Imperial College to find Lord Zhang. The sage said, the people are the most important, the ruler is the least important. The Prince of Jinbei, as a prince, slaughtered the people and treated them like livestock and lambs. He is truly the common enemy of U.S. scholars. Is it useful for him to do this? As scholars, we should seek benefits for the common people, establish virtues, make contributions and speak out, so I return to the capital and vow to seek justice for the 380,000 people in Chuzhou City. Of course it is useful. Some newly rising great scholars, before they become famous throughout the world, like to preach in places like the Imperial College to spread their academic ideas. If you can gain recognition from students and become famous, then establishing your own school will be a piece of cake. Zhang Xinghuai was not spreading ideas, he was criticizing King Zhenbei and calling on students to join the criticism army. The effect is very good. Scholars, especially young students, are full of ambition and passion, which is much purer than the old-timers in officialdom. From ancient times to the present, most of those who cause riots and marches are young people. Shake head. No one came to stop it? This is unreasonable. P.A.M. Su Qi'an waited patiently by the roadside until Zhang Xinghuai had vented his Master Zhang. This is not the place to talk. Sui Luo, please come back to the post station with me. You came to me because of the rumors in the official circles today? Move. This is just one of the reasons. He was the one who spread the rumor, but it is not without reason, so we have to be on guard against it. I am mainly concerned about the case of the assassination of the prince. Who has been the most active in this case? Duke Wei and Prime Minister W. Nod. This matter was most likely planned by Duke Wei and Prime Minister W. As for the purpose, I don't know. M. Duke Wei and Prime Minister W want to assassinate the Crown Prince? What's the reason? Does the prince have anything to do with this case? The two discussed for a long time, but did not have many clues, so they had to give up. I still have to visit old friends in Beijing and walk around. So he didn't keep any silver gong. Farewell. A man's promise is worth 1,000 gold. I really like Su Yinluo's half poem. After this incident, Zhang resigned and returned home. I was afraid that we would never meet again in this life. That day, I promised the 300,000 people who died unjustly that I would seek justice for them. Now that I have made a promise, I have no regrets. Therefore, I would like to thank you in advance. The young man is chivalrous and makes friends with heroes from the 5 cities. The liver and gallbladder are hollow, the hair stands on end. In the conversation, life and death are the same. A promise worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The world is full of chaos and noise. If you can retire after achieving success, leaving behind a leisurely and pastoral life, that would be nice. Was the assassin caught? No news came. If you can't catch it, there's no need to catch it. In the court, only Wei Yuan and W Zhenwen were interesting. The others were a little worse. CRGO. Send someone out of the palace to tell those on the list. Don't be ostentatious, but don't be cautious either. Notify the cabinet that I will summon all officials to the imperial study tomorrow to discuss the Chuzhou case. Yes. The second day. Our Majesty pays the most attention to health preservation and maintaining the dragon body. Since he started practicing Taoism, he has been in good health and has a rosy complexion. Have you ever looked so haggard? It seems that the loss of his brother really made him sad. Report anything if you have something to report, and dismiss the court if you have nothing to report. Simoinga. Your Majesty, the Chuzhou General Huai W has colluded with the Wushan cult and the Dizong Taoist leader. For his own selfish reasons, he was promoted to the second rank and massacred 380,000 people in Chuzhou City. This atrocity has been unprecedented since the founding of Dafeng, and it has erred both God and man. Please, Your Majesty, demote the king of Huai to a commoner, H his head on the city wall for 3 days, and commemorate the 380,000 wronged souls. Let the world know. The actions of Prince Huai aired the people and the heavens, and the capital was already in an uproar. The people of Chuzhou are fierce and violent. If we cannot give an explanation to the people of the world, there may be a rebellion. I ask Your Majesty to demote the king of Huai to a commoner and H his head on the city wall for 3 days to commemorate the 380,000 innocent souls in Chuzhou City. Please, Your Majesty, demote the king of Huai to a commoner, and H his head on the city wall for 3 days to commemorate the 380,000 wronged souls in Chuzhou City. B. Prince Huai is my brother. What is your intention in wanting to demote him to a commoner? Do you still want me to issue a self-criticism edict? Do you still have me in your eyes? I lost my brother, it's like losing an arm. You guys are so inconsiderate that you have been gathering at the palace gates for days on end. Do you want to force me to death? Emperor Yuan Jing reigned for 37 years, and his image as a scheming and politically savvy man was deeply rooted in the minds of civil and military officials. No one had ever thought that one day this defarted emperor would be so sad. This attitude shown in front of the ministers formed a contrast with their preconceived impressions, which made people feel sad. For a moment, no one dared to speak again. Kamanga. When I was still the crown prince, the late emperor was wary of me. My position was unstable and I was trembling with fear all day long. It is Prince Huai who has been silently supporting me. Just because we are from the same mother and have a deep sibling relationship. The king of Huai used to hold the sword to kill enemies and defend the territory for the empire. If he had not fought bravely in the Battle of Shanhaiguan, how could Dafeng be so prosperous today? You all should accept his kindness. After the Battle of Shanhaiguan, Prince Huai was ordered to go north to guard the border for me. He has only returned to Beijing a few times in more than 10 years. Prince Huai did make a big mistake, but he has been executed. Are you not even going to spare his posthumous reputation? Your Majesty, merits and demerits cannot be offset. It is a fact that Prince Huai has made contributions over the years. But the court has already rewarded him according to his merits, and the people love him very much. Now that he has committed an unforgivable crime, he should be severely punished. Otherwise, Your Majesty would be bending the law for personal gain. You bastard, you have been jumping around in the capital these days, slandering the royal family and the prince. I appreciate your hard work over the years. Even if you have no credit, you have worked hard, so I have tolerated you until now. As long as the case of Prince Huai remains undecided, he is innocent. You are slandering the prince, and you are guilty of a capital crime. His Majesty. L. We will talk about the matter of Zhang the governor later. Let's discuss the matter of Prince Huai first. Wink. Your Majesty, I also have something to report. Yao Lin. As everyone knows, Jie Shizhong is a professional troll and a mad dog in the court who bites whoever he catches. At the same time, they were also the initiators of court struggles. I want to impeach the Prime Minister W. Zhenwen. Instructed the former Minister of Rights to collude with the Demon Clan and blow up SPO. In the past few days, W. Zhenwen led his officials to block the palace gates, and his reputation has spread. He can be called the ward of forcing the emperor to death. Whisper. Whisper. It seemed only natural that he should be impeached at this time. However, speaking of the facts, the former Minister of Rights was indeed a member of the W party. It is hard to say whether it was instructed by Prime Minister W. The inside story of the SPO case is that the former Minister of Rights colluded with the demons to blow up SPO. The bargaining chip given by the demons was the bodies of Heng Hui and Princess Pingyi. Through this ill-fated couple, the crimes of the Li party are exposed. It is essentially a party struggle, with the demons acting as foreign aid. Did Prime Minister W really know nothing about this? Regarding this, whether you have a question mark or a period in your mind, only you know. Then, Yao Lin announced several major crimes of W Zhenwen, such as condoning corruption and bribery by subordinates and accepting bribes from subordinates. Without mentioning the SPO case, the several charges listed later are indeed set in stone. Can a man with clean hands be the Prime Minister? Who is willing to follow you? Targeting Prime Minister W in this way. Is Your Majesty planning to kill the chicken to scare the monkey? Although Confucianism has the art of slaying dragons, there is still an unbridgeable gap between the ruler and his subjects. Emperor Yuan Jing was not a young emperor, on the contrary, he had been overseeing the court for half a century. I beg for your bones. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister W has been corrupt and accepted bribes. He is a disaster to the country and the people, we must not let him stay. ZH Xingying. Censor ZH is Wei Yuan's man. The implication is obvious, the balance created by Emperor Yuan Jing has now become his biggest shackle. Anyone else would have been dismissed from his post, but not Prime Minister W, as he is the only person in the court who can check and balance Wei Yuan. Without him, even if Emperor Yuan Jing supported other parties to come to power, they would not be enough to defeat Wei Yuan alone. In just a quarter of an hour, the three giants of the court, Emperor Yuan Jing, Wei Yuan, and W Shofu, had completed a confrontation. Please, Your Majesty, severely punish the king of Jinbei, convict him, and give an explanation to the people of the world. Finally, Wei Yuan stepped out. A.M. Dowd. Watch, take the best, advertising. A. Whisper. Humph, there are obviously fewer people who agree with Wei Yuan. After all, interests are the main thing in the court, and personal interests are above all else. The killing of a chicken to scare the monkeys just now was a good deal if it could scare just a few of them. Left Censor-in-Chief Yuan Xiong. Your Majesty, I feel that the Chuzhou case should be considered carefully and the Prince of Huai should not be convicted blindly. Why did Yuan Iching say this? Prince Huai is Your Majesty's younger brother and the Prince of Dafeng. This matter concerns the reputation of the royal family and Your Majesty. How can we make a conclusion easily? Shameless. Last time, this guy used the imperial examination fraud case to implicate Wei Yuan, which offended the Grand Secretary of the Dongga and others. After the imperial examination, the Grand Secretary of the Dongga joined forces with Wei Yuan to impeach Yuan Xiong. In the end, Your Majesty saved this beast and fined him 3 months' salary. Nah. Now, he has really become His Majesty's knife, fighting back against the entire civil service group for him. Your Majesty, what Censor Yuan Du said makes sense. Li W. Prince Li is the younger brother of the late emperor, and the uncle of Emperor Yuan Jing and Prince Huai. Why are you here, uncle? Didn't I tell you that you don't have to go to court? Quickly find a seat for the emperor's uncle. If I don't come, the 600 years of reputation of the Dafeng royal family will be ruined by your unworthy descendant. Dafeng is the Dafeng of the people of the world, and even more so the Dafeng of our royal family. Sit down. Emperor Gaozu had a difficult time starting his career, but he swept away the corruption of the previous dynasty and established a new dynasty. Emperor Wuzong killed corrupt officials and cleared the court, paying a lot of blood and sweat. The Prince of Huai committed a grave mistake and deserved death. But as long as I am still alive, I will not allow you to tarnish the reputation of my royal family. Old Prince, Dafeng has been established for 600 years, and there have been many emperors who issued edicts of repentance. The ruler is the ruler, and the minister is the minister. After reading all the books of sages, all of which were written by the Imperial Academy, have you forgotten the teachings of Chang Yashing? If Emperor Yuan Jing said this, you gentlemen would be so happy that you would die one by one to show your loyalty to him. To become famous by stepping on the emperor is the most satisfying thing in the eyes of scholars all over the world. But the one who said this was Prince Li. When he was young, Prince Li was extremely talented and a well-known talent in the capital. In front of him, you gentlemen could only be regarded as his juniors. His status as a prince and a senior scholar was too high for him, and he took advantage of his seniority and no one could do anything about it. Alas, King Li should think twice. Humph, this eunuch should have been a slave in the palace. If it weren't for Your Majesty's wisdom in giving you a chance, would you be as successful as you are today? If Prince Li cared about the reputation of the royal family, he should not have covered up the matter for Prince Huai. Yesterday, 3 great scholars from Yunlu Academy wanted to come to the capital to denounce His Majesty, but I stopped them and sent them back. Nga Khan. 3 great scholars said that the imperial court could check history books. However, the history books of Yunlu Academy were not under the control of the imperial court. Fasabita. Today, the king of Jinbei massacred 380,000 people in Chuzhou City. In the future, the scholars of Yunlu Academy will remember this incident and pass it on to future generations. Your Majesty has protected your brother and is guilty of the same crime, and all of this will be recorded in history books. This is exactly what the scholars of Yunlu Academy would do. Those scholars who follow the Confucian system are arrogant and look down on others. But it's so refreshing. The descendants of later generations only believe in official history, so who cares what the unofficial history of a college says? The king had no bad deeds in his life and was well educated. He was a role model for the royal family and a model for scholars. Don't let Yunlu Academy remember this incident, otherwise your reputation in later life will be ruined. Wei Yuan, you dare to threaten me, do you want to rebel? When does advice become a threat? Prince Li has been studying since he was young. Although he is a prince, he always considers himself as a scholar. He cared more about going down in history than ordinary nobles and generals. Wei Yuan's words really made Prince Li deeply afraid. The official history and unofficial history just now were just to comfort Emperor Yuan Jing. Only educated people know the authority of Yunlu Academy better. Seeing that Prince Li stopped talking, Emperor Yuan Jing knew that this move had been resolved by the enemy. But it doesn't matter, the next move is the key to victory. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Chao Guogong. Ko. In this struggle to redress the injustice of 380,000 innocent souls, the radical civil servant group has a complex structure. Some do it for justice, some do it to live up to the teachings of the sages. Some do it for fame and fortune. Some people just follow the trend. The radical faction was led by Wei Yuan and W. Zhenwen. The membership structure of the opposition is equally complex. First of all, there are royal family members. There are definitely good people among them, but sometimes identity determines one's stance. To use the words of the common people, you will never be able to hold your head up high again. Once Prince Huai was convicted, it would be an unimaginable blow to the reputation of the entire royal family. The king of Jinbei can die, but he cannot be convicted. Civil servants are like leaks, ching in waves, and there is always new force pouring into the court. When he was in glory, he was in charge of the government. When he was in adversity, his descendants were no different from ordinary people. Noble. Only the hereditary nobility are natural aristocrats and are in a different class from the common people. The power to inherit the throne without interruption and to pass on the throne to future generations was granted by the royal family. Finally, a group of civil servants who wanted to be promoted or were in a bad situation secretly reached an exchange of interests with Emperor Yuan Jing. Speak for him and become his weapon. Therefore, even if some of the nobles disagreed with Prince Huai and Emperor Yuan Jing, they would most likely remain silent. The royal family, noble groups, and some civil servants. See, the three formed the opposition. Your Majesty, in recent years, the court has been plagued by internal and external troubles, with droughts in summer and floods in rainy seasons. People's lives are difficult. Taxes in various places are in arrears year after year. Although Your Majesty has been constantly reducing taxes and giving the people a break, the people still complain. At this time, if news of the Jinbei King's massacre spread again, how would the people of the world view the court? How should the gentry and clerks view the imperial court? Will they think that the imperial court is already rotten, and thus become even more reckless in their exploitation of the people? Damn it! Are you mocking me for being a tyrant? Are you mocking all the gentlemen in this room for being stupid? I don't dare. But right now, isn't what you gentlemen are doing just such foolish things? They are shouting about redressing the injustice of the people and wanting to convict the Prince of Huai, but has anyone ever considered the overall situation? Has anyone ever considered the image of the court? You gentlemen serving as officials in the court, don't you know that the reputation of the court is your reputation? See, Chao Guogong's words were irrefutable. We have to admit that what Duke Chao said was not far-fetched. Far from it, it actually made a lot of sense. The royal family's reputation is not enough to make the gentlemen change their positions. But what if it is the face of the court? In the hearts of all officials, the majesty of the court is above all else. Because the majesty of the court is their majesty, the two are one and the same and inseparable. But King Huai. It is indeed wrong. Your Majesty, Prince Huai. He is already dead. Yes, The king of Huai is dead, the greatest noble is gone, there is no longer a general who can ride on their heads. In this case, is it worthwhile to violate the dignity of the imperial court for a dead person? Can death erase things? Can. Your Majesty, have you forgotten who destroyed Chuzhou City? Why do you say this? Gee, they are barbarians. It was the barbarians who turned Chuzhou City into ruins. Can this matter be viewed from a different lieu? The coalition forces of the two tribes, the demons and the barbarians, captured the city, and the king of Jinbei fought desperately to defend the country's borders for Dafeng. In the end, the city was destroyed and everyone died, and they died heroically. However, the sacrifice of King Jinbei was valuable. He single-handedly fought against the leaders of the two tribes of monsters and barbarians, killed Jili Jigu, and severely injured Zhu Jiao. One of the two powerful men who dominated the north died and the other was injured. After this battle, the king of Jinbei died a worthy death. He is a hero of Dafeng. The north will usher in a dozen years, or even decades of peace. Duke Chao gave the gentleman two choices. One is to stick to one's own opinion and convict the deceased Prince Huai. However, the royal family's reputation was greatly damaged, and the people had a crisis of trust in the court. Second, they would try to change the story and make it appear that the monster and barbarian tribes destroyed the city of Chuzhou, and the king of Jinbei died defending the city, making a heroic sacrifice. All the officials have to do is to restore the reputation of a dead prince. This will not only save the face of the court, but also go a step further and establish the prestige and strength of the court. Kapomanka. Your Majesty, Duke Chao, have you forgotten that I am not the only one who witnessed all this? Also present at the scene were members of the diplomatic corps and 20,000 soldiers from Chuzhou. As well as the thousands of people in the capital who knew about this, and the young students in the Imperial Academy. Can you stop these people from talking? Adjourn the court and discuss again tomorrow. M. Huiqing Mansion. The day before yesterday, she heard that Linen went to ask her father the truth, but was blocked outside the imperial study. She was stubborn and refused to leave, so she was fined 2 months' salary. I thought she would go again, but the next day, the prince was assassinated. The prince should not be dead. I just suffered some minor injuries. Have you heard about what happened in the court today? The officials suffered a setback, but Your Majesty did not gain any benefit either. It is estimated that it will be a long tug-of war. You are indeed not suitable for court. M. Did I say something wrong that you have to hit me like this? This game of chess is boring. I have no interest in it anymore. I'd rather review with you what happened in the court today. Today, the court discussed how to deal with the Chuzhou case. The officials asked the emperor to convict the Prince of Huai and demote him to a commoner, and h his head on the city wall for 3 days. The emperor was so grief-stricken that he lost control of his emotions. He opened a major case and denounced all his ministers. What a trick of inflicting pain on oneself. First, close the palace for several days to avoid the sharp edge, and then let the civil and military officials punch like a piece of cotton. Once they calm down and their emotions stabilize, they lose that irresistible edge. At the beginning of the court meeting, this incident not only weakened the remaining courage of the officials, but also turned the tables, making them feel timid and afraid. This is like two people fighting, and one of them suddenly goes crazy and hits himself on the head with a brick. The other person will instinctively be afraid and cautious, thinking that he is a lunatic. The trick is not sophisticated, but it is very effective. Emperor Yuan Jing is quite capable. Then Yao Lin, the Minister of Rights, came out to impeach Prime Minister W, and Prime Minister W had no choice but to beg for his life. This was my father's plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. First, he would defeat Prime Minister W. This way, he would have one less big enemy in the court. It would also serve as a warning to all officials. Fortunately, Duke Wei acted in time. Wasn't he going to punish Prime Minister W? Then he shouldn't leave any room for him. But this was contrary to his father's original intention. He did not really want to remove Prime Minister W, as this would allow Duke Wei's family to dominate. It would be a great idea for Duke Wei to take this opportunity to get rid of Prime Minister W. The strategy of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys failed, so my father immediately asked Yuan Xiong, the left censor-in-chief, to take action to save the royal family's reputation. You have to know that from ancient times to the present, the dignity of the royal family is second only to the dignity of the imperial court, and it has a natural oppressive power on the officials. As a minister, wanting to bring shame to the royal family would undoubtedly cause psychological pressure on the officials. The struggle between people is nothing more than armed struggle and psychological game, just like a word I often heard before crossing, Pua. This is to pave the way for the subsequent appearance of King Li. After all, Yuan Xiong is not a member of the royal family, and his father is not suitable to be the abuser. The highly respected King Li is the best character, although this trick was cracked by Duke Wei. Use the reputation of the court and the royal family to appeal to their emotions. Use the consequences of killing the barbarians and demons to persuade them to reason. But Prince Li's disturbance did have some effect, and all of this paved the way for the subsequent appearance of Duke Chao. Qi'an. Although Chuzhou City is gone, it was all done by the Yao and Man tribes. The people had long been accustomed to the brutality of the two tribes, the demons and the barbarians, and could easily accept this outcome. However, the monster and barbarian tribes did not gain any benefits, because King Jinbei killed the leader of the barbarian Qingyan tribe and severely injured Zhujiao, the leader of the northern monster tribe. Let me ask you, if the people heard this news and were willing to accept it, what would happen? Net. The fall of Chuzhou City was not such an unacceptable thing, because all the sins were attributed to the two tribes of demons and barbarians, and to the war. King Jinbei also chid from a murderer who massacred the city to a hero who guarded the national border for Dafeng. He also killed a third-rank strongman of the barbarians and made great contributions. If you were you, what would you choose? If the king of Jinbei were alive, you would definitely try every possible means to bring him down, but now he is dead. What threat can a dead man pose? If it is really possible to reverse the truth of the Chuzhou massacre as Chao Guogong said, and turn this incident from a scandal into a great victory worthy of praise, then why not? The emperor's next move was to promise benefits. In the court, benefits are eternal. If the emperor wants to change the outcome, in addition to the above strategies, he must also make enough concessions. The officials would think, if they could really turn the scandal into a good thing and gain some benefits, would they still insist on doing so? Once most people change their minds, Duke Wei and Prime Minister W will be the ones to face the overwhelming trend. But they could not close the palace gates and could not stop the surging force. There was a hint of sarcasm in Hui Qing's cold smile. For a moment, it was unclear whether she was mocking Emperor Yuan Jing and the other officials, Wei Yuan and Prime Minister W, or whether she was mocking herself. My father has a backup plan. Although I don't know it, I have never underestimated him. 7. This matter has nothing to do with you, don't do anything stupid. No, this matter has become so serious that it cannot be resolved by just an announcement from the court. Rumors are raging in the capital. If you want to reverse the rumors, you must have sufficient reasons. He could silence the ministers in the court, but he could not silence the people of the world. She didn't think I could play any role in this matter. I was just a small viscount with a small silver gong. I couldn't even enter the Golden Palace. How could I fight against the king of a country? I am still young at fighting. Hui Qing also thinks I can't do it. But, I am the hero who killed Zhili Zhigu. Night Watchman's office Haoqi Tower. Haoqi Tower. Duke Wei, His Majesty has sent someone to summon you to the palace. Prepare a car. Imperial Palace Royal Garden. After the death of Prince Hui, the northern border lost its pillar of support, and the barbarians could not cause any trouble for a while. However, if the northeastern Wushan cult bypassed the northern border and entered the pass from Chuzhou, they would go straight to the capital. The Dragon Slayer is coming. Clatter. TSK, Wei Qing seemed a little absent-minded while playing chess today. Optimus Prime is too high and too big to be controlled. If it collapses, it will hurt others and yourself. Clatter. The crown prince was assassinated a few days ago. Everyone in the harem was in dir. The queen was also frightened. She hasn't been eating or sleeping well during this period and has become haggard. Wei Qing, please catch the assassin as soon as possible and let this matter go, so that the queen won't have to worry. Your Majesty's chess skills have become more and more sophisticated. It is my fault. I will try my best to catch the assassin as soon as possible. M.E. At the same time, the cabinet. A middle-aged eunuch wearing a dragon robe came to Wenyuan Pavilion with two eunuchs and paid a visit to the Prime Minister Wuzhenwen. They didn't stay too long, only a quarter of an hour, and the chief eunuch led two eunuchs away. The next day, at the court meeting, Emperor Yuan Jing still argued with the officials about the Chuzhou case, but it was not as intense and full of gunpowder as yesterday. Prime Minister Wuzhenwen sat behind his desk with an expressionless face, not moving for a long time, like a silent sculpture. Although today's court meeting still had no conclusion, it ended in a relatively peaceful manner. Zhang Xinghuai, who had been in the officialdom for a long time, sensed a hint of uneasiness. He knew that the problem he had been worried about yesterday had finally occurred. At the court meeting, although the officials still refused to give in, they were not as insistent on convicting the king of Jinbei as they were yesterday. Even when the nobles proposed how to dispel the rumors in the capital and shade the views of the 20,000 soldiers in Chuzhou on the matter, some civil officials participated in the discussion in the name of scolding. What made Zhang Xinghuai most distressed was that Wei Yuan and Wuzhenwen remained silent throughout the whole process. Turn around. Mr. Zhang, please stay. A.A. Mr. Zhang, you left Chuzhou without permission and went to the capital to file a complaint, thinking that you had brought great power with you. But did you ever think that this day would come? I will show you a clear way forward. Chuzhou City is in ruins and needs to be rebuilt. You are the governor of Chuzhou, and it is time for you to stay in Chuzhou and rebuild the city. As for what's happening in the capital, just stay out of it. This is also what His Majesty meant. Your Majesty means that if you stop while you are ahead, you will still be the governor of Chuzhou. Go back to where you came from, and I will turn a blind eye to you. Pooh. Don't know how to promote. Night Watchman's Office Haoqi Tower. Haoqi Tower. Wei Yuan was the first person Zhang Xinghuai visited after the court was dismissed. Su Qianan had been paying attention to what was happening in the court today. He was about to go to the post station to find Zhang Xinghuai to inquire about the situation. When he heard that he was visiting Wei Yuan, he immediately went to Haoqi Tower. Duke Wei said that no one was allowed to disturb him during the meeting. Besides, Duke Wei has no plans to see you during this period. He has already driven you away several times. Snap. You are the one who talks too much, you are the one who talks too much. 7th floor. When the imperial inspection was over, Lord Zhang returned to Beijing to report on his work, and I met you once. Although your hair was gray at that time, you were in very good spirits. But when I saw him again now, he seemed to have lost his soul. The heavy bags under his eyes and the bloodshot in his eyes indicated that he had trouble sleeping at night. The slightly drooping corners of the mouth and the depression between the eyebrows indicate that the other person has deep resentment in his heart, and is unable to calm down and feel relieved. See, is Duke Wei also planning to give up? Watch, the fastest and most stable, with the least ads. I admire Su Qianan very much and think he is a natural warrior. But sometimes I get troubled by his temper. I told him that when working in the officialdom, one must think 3 times, think about dir, think about retreat, and think about che. Before doing anything, you should consider the consequences, understand the pros and cons, and then weigh whether to do it or not. If the rolling trend is unstoppable, we must think about retreating and avoiding its sharp edge. Our Majesty has done a good job. Only when you have retreated and are safe can you think about how to che the situation. Move. Su Qianan, this kid, answered me, I understand all these principles, but I don't care. Oh, a crude warrior. In the cave that day, Sui Luo knew that the king of Jinbei was powerful, but he still went to Chuzhou to investigate the case. The fact that Duke Wei could even say the word vulgar just shows that he was helpless against him. I understand what Wei Yuan meant, but like Su Qianan, I have my own bottom line that I must stick to and will never back down from. Mr. Zhang, I will take you back to the post station. I will not return to the post station. Sorry, to disappoint Suin Luo. The two of them got into the carriage together. On the way, Zhang Xinghuai described the whole process of today's court, pointing out that the attitudes of the officials were ambiguous and their positions were quietly Qing. Duke Wei shouldn't have done that. If he really wanted something, he could have planned it himself. There is no need to go against one's conscience to please His Majesty. There are difficulties. There is a difference between the monarch and his subjects. As long as your Majesty does not infringe upon the interests of the majority of people, no one in the court can rival him. Duke Wei said to think twice. Kalama Lord Zhang, why don't you consider it? Stay out of the spotlight for now. The king of Huai is dead, and the people of Chuzhou City have been avenged. Mr. Zhang is a good official. I don't want such a person to end up with a miserable ending. Are you willing? Are you willing to watch an executioner like Prince Huai become a hero? Worthy of being enshrined in the imperial ancestral temple and having your name recorded in history? Standard comic. Hold tight. I am a second-rank provincial governor, but I am also a scholar. As a scholar, all you want to do is to have a clear conscience, to be true to yourself, and even more so, to be true to your parents who have worked hard to raise you. Sir, we have arrived. 1 Yuan Pavilion. Cabinet? I am Zhang Xinghuai, the governor of Chuzhou, and I would like to see Prime Minister W. It turns out that Mr. Zhang wants to be a lobbyist. Lobby the gentlemen and bring them back to the camp. The Prime Minister said that Mr. Zhang was the governor of Chuzhou. Whether you are on duty or after work, do not go to see him, so as to avoid being impeached for forming a faction. Well. For the next day, Su Qianan watched him running around lobbying and hitting a wall everywhere. At dusk, I returned to the post station sadly. Su Mansion. Say goodbye to the old, is the value of scattered value back? Put the hat in my room. Where is my eldest brother? Your brother is here. What are you doing here? The annoying woman is gone, and now you come to bother me again. Taoist priest Li didn't seem too happy. Jump down. COA. Of course she was not happy. If she had the strength, she would have wanted to rush into the palace at the hour of Mao. Why wait until Mao sure? Because she felt that there were beasts everywhere in the temple, and they all deserved to be killed. So we have to wait until the morning to go to court and kill the whole group. Fortunately, I am just a scholar. Snap. Tianzong cultivates the supreme forgetfulness. Maybe, in the future, she will have the ability to do so. But she is no longer the fian heroine of the past. This is life, 8 out of 10 things are not as you wish. The eldest brother seemed to have become calmer. It's not that I'm calm, it's that I'm a little tired and a little disappointed. Is it so difficult to admit a mistake and apologize? I already understand the affairs of the court, and I came here to talk to my elder brother. Although the imperial court had reached a conclusion on the Jinbei King massacre, the incident had already caused a great uproar in the capital and the outcome had already been decided. It's not that easy to turn the situation around. Even if the court forcibly portrays the king of Jinbei as a hero, this matter will still leave hidden durs. When people talk about this incident, they will never forget the massacre by King Jinbei that initially shocked them greatly. This is the key to overturning the verdict in the future. Many innocent loyal ministers and generals who died unjustly had their cases overturned in the end, and treacherous ministers who were once powerful finally got the punishment they deserved. The most famous among them is Qin Hui. The bronze statue of this great traitor and his wife still stands in a famous scenic spot, and is despised by later generations. Duke Wei asked Zhang Xinghuai to think twice. Did he have the same idea? Zhang was overwhelmed by Yuan hatred, and his emotions were inevitably extreme. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Well, I will remind him tomorrow. My Earl is indeed capable of being a prime minister, and is as smart as Duke Wei. You are so dirty, don't stick to me. What's going on in the cabinet recently? The prime minister has not seen any guests recently. After the court was dismissed the day before yesterday, Governor Zhang went to the night watchman's office. Where is Wei Yuan? Duke Wei met him, and the two never met again. Wei Yuan and W. Shofu are both very smart. But Wei Yuan doesn't take me seriously at all. Where is Zhang Xinghuai? Lord Zhang has been running around these days, trying to lobby the officials, but not many people are willing to see him, and everyone is just waiting and watching. Later he changed his mind and went to the Imperial College to seduce the students. Oh. On May 12, 8 days had passed since the body of the king of Jinbei was transported back to the capital. Copa. The court's announcement regarding the conviction of Prince Jinbei has never been posted. The people of the capital are not in a hurry. As residents living under the emperor's feet, they have even seen a case drag on for several years. The decree to reduce or exempt taxes started circulating several years ago, and is still circulating a few years later, and will probably continue to circulate. Although there is no rush, the enthusiasm is still there and it has not cooled down. After dinner, the people of the capital would habitually bring out the king of Jinbei and pay him homage. Wow! Careful! I am the commander of Chuzhou, the protector of the country, Ke Yongxiu. He sued the Chuzhou governor Zhang Xinghuai for colluding with the demons and killing the king of Jinbei. Killed 380,000 people in Chuzhou city. Afterwards, Zhang Xinghuai deceived the envoys and hunted me down to cover up the fact that he was colluding with the demons. Falsely accusing the king of Jinbei of massacring the city, this is a heinous crime. Duke of the Guardian? The Duke of the Guardian from Chuzhou? The one who helped the tyrant in the Jinbei king massacre? Don't worry, listen to what he said. The governor Zhang Xinghuai colluded with the monsters and killed the king of Jinbei. What's going on? Who is shouting at the gate of the palace? Dismount. I am the commander of Chuzhou, Duke of the state, Ke Yong. I write this in blood, asking to see His Majesty. Search. The imperial guards took him into the palace. Could it be that the story of King Jinbei really has a reversal? Watch on the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. After the incident, Ke Yongxiu was immediately taken to the palace by the imperial guards and met the emperor alone. Soon, the emperor summoned all the officials and held a small court meeting in the imperial study. My dear ministers, please take a look at this bloodletter. See, Your Majesty, Zhang Xinghuai colluded with the demons and killed the king of Jinbei. Duke Chao's words are too arbitrary. Zhang Xinghuai is colluding with the demons and barbarians. The crime is extremely serious and all 9 generations of the clan should be executed. And then he killed his entire family? Humph, who can be sure that Zhang Xinghuai's entire family died in Chuzhou? If Zhang Xinghuai colluded with the demons, what about the mysterious master who killed the king of Jinbei? He specifically mentioned the name of the Jinbei king who massacred the city. The delegation saw it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears. Who is the mysterious master? Ask him to come out and testify for Zhang Xinghuai. How can we believe the words of an evil cultivator whose origins are unknown? It was the evil cultivator you mentioned who killed the barbarian leader. Duke Chao was submissive in front of the barbarians, but he struck hard in the court. So majestic. It is said that those who are not of my race must have different hearts. How can someone who is not of my race wield the sword of the nation? Please don't forget your identity. Enough. I beg Your Majesty to make the decision for me, for the king of Jinbei, and for the people of Chuzhou city. This case is of great importance. I will naturally investigate it thoroughly. This matter will be tried jointly by the 3 courts. Duke Chao, you must also participate. Give Chao Guogong a gold medal and go to the post station to arrest Zhang Xinghuai immediately. Violators will be executed first and reported later. Yes. Your Majesty is wise. After the court was dismissed, Wei Yuan and Prime Minister W went together for the first time. This scene is a beautiful sight in front of you. It is a scenery worth recalling many years later. I tried to persuade Zhang Xinghuai, but unfortunately he has a stubborn temper. If he hadn't been so stubborn, he wouldn't have been sent to the northern frontier by the old Prime Minister. What a fool! Last time, I almost caught Ke Yongxiu in the palace, but he escaped. The next day we searched the whole city but still couldn't find him. At that time I knew that this matter could not be violated. It's not a bad thing. You all can agree with your Majesty's opinion because the king of Jinbei is dead. Now that Ke Yongxiu has returned alive, some people will not agree. This is our opportunity. It is precisely because Ke Yongxiu came back that those people saw hope of overturning the verdict. As long as they cooperate with your Majesty, the case can be settled. Once it was decided, Ke Yongxiu was a first-class duke, and after his founding contributions, it will be difficult to deal with him again. Did he threaten you? Cough cough cough. It's not a big problem if you become depressed. Just take a few doses of medicine and rest for a few days. OPAM. However, Mr. Zhang should relax as soon as possible. Otherwise, the disease will come back to you again. Thank you, doctor. Don't take it lightly. You are not too old. If you are heartless, you can live a few more years. Otherwise, in the next 3 to 5 years, you will have another serious illness. In 10 years at most, I will be able to burn incense at your grave. I heard that Suing Luo and Si Tianjian were close friends. I know what you are planning. Master Su is a distinguished person in our Sixianjian. However, if you want to see the supervisor through him, forget it. The Imperial Observatory does not interfere in the affairs of the Imperial Court, this is the rule. Suing Luo has already gone to the Imperial Observatory to ask for help. If this path is feasible, do you still need me to tell you? He has been to the Sixianjian. Among the envoys who returned to Beijing, only Suing Luo was still working on this matter. Due to the situation, the others chose to remain silent. Which government office are you from? How dare you trespass into the post house where Mr. Zhang lives? Stop it. Snap. Stop. What do you want to do? This is the Forbidden Army in the palace. Get out of the way quickly. Duke Chao, you are. In compliance with the order of His Majesty, Zhang Xinghuai was arrested and brought back to the Dali Temple for questioning. Kopa. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. What crime did this officer commit? It seems that Mr. Zhang did not go out today. Shuzhou commander and protector of the country Ke Yongxiu has returned to the capital. He accuses you of colluding with the demons to His Majesty. Killed King Jinbei and 380,000 people in Shuzhou City. Huiqing Mansion. Your Highness, the information you want is here. Huiqing Prefecture Prison. In addition, many people in the capital spread rumors that Zheng Darren was colluding with the demons and barbarians. It was Duke Chao's people who were behind this. This palace knew that my father had a backup plan. Ke Yongxiu had already returned to the capital and was lurking in secret, waiting for an opportunity. My father ignored the rumors in the capital just to wait for this moment. Sharp. Back off. Prince brother, Prince brother. What's the rush? Brother Crown Prince, I heard that Governor Zhang was arrested by people sent by our father. I know. Father, he wants to frame Lord Zhang, right? Glance. Hawinga calm. Nod. The king of Huai massacred 380,000 innocent people. Why did the emperor want to cover up for him and even put the blame on Lord Zhang? This concerns the royal family's reputation. There is absolutely no way they can give in even a little bit. You are a girl, don't worry about these things. Why don't you learn from Huiqing? You shouldn't have returned to the palace. Father likes you because you are sweet-talking and you never ask about the affairs of the court. Why have you chid now? Cam. Because Su Qi'an's position is getting higher and higher. Was it he who instigated you to enter the palace? No. Two don't dare. I have no face. Prince Huai was her uncle. How could she completely deny the atrocities committed in Suzhou when they were both members of the royal family? The guilt she felt for the 300,000 innocent souls made her feel ashamed to see Su Qian. She even gave up on herself and thought that she would never see the good again. So, you came to me today to ask my father for mercy, right? Nod. How can my father see me when he doesn't even see you? In Linen, there is no right or wrong in officialdom, only gains and losses. Regardless of whether it would be useful for me to come forward, I am the crown prince, and I must stand with the royal family and the nobles. You are just a girl, no one cares what you do. If you were a prince, based on your actions a few days ago, you would have lost your chance of becoming the emperor. But there must be a price to pay for killing so many people. Otherwise, who would believe in our great king's law? I heard from Huaiqing that the one who killed people for the Prince of Huai was the Duke of Hugua. He killed so many people, and my father still wants to protect him. I am very unhappy. Silly sister, beneath father's throne is a sea of blood and corpses. There were many such things in the past, there are still many now, and they will continue in the future. No one can say it. Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. Including the Su Qian you like. Dali Temple, Prison. Mr. Zhang, I want to have a drink with you. Hua Hua. You don't look very good. What's wrong? My complexion is clearly rosy and I feel relaxed all over. See, after this matter was over, I retired and returned home. Good. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. What are they doing here? Is the main character of the case, the protector of the country, also going to be detained? Dali Temple Secretary, we meet again. It turns out that you are only a 6th rank official. When I was in Suzhou, I thought that you were a 1st rank official, so majestic and powerful that even I dared to question you. C.O.M. What are you doing in the Dali Temple? The fact that the 2 dukes dared to come here is enough to show that the Dali Temple minister knew about this matter and acquiesced, because the 2 dukes received instructions from His Majesty. Of course, it is to interrogate the prisoners. In compliance with His Majesty's oral order, the prisoner Zhang Xinghuai is being brought in for trial. During this period, no one is allowed to enter the dungeon, and anyone who violates this order will be punished with the same crime. They wanted to kill people to silence them, and then pretend that they committed suicide out of fear of punishment to make it known to the world. Click. In this way, the ear towards Prince Huai would be transferred to Zhang Xinghuai. This is much simpler than overturning the previous statement and forcibly exonerating Prince Huai, and it is also more easily accepted by the people. Your Majesty, he has no intention of trying the case at all. He wants to catch you all by surprise and leave you with no choice. Find Su Qian. Kamana. What a stinky smell. This little bit of stench is nothing, Duke Chao, you haven't led troops in a long time. Stop talking nonsense, get your work done and leave quickly, otherwise things may get weird. Oh. Mr. Zhang, you are living a good life. K. Yangxiu, you beast. I am a beast, the beast who killed your entire family. Zhang Xinghuai, I let you get away with it that day, which led to so many troubles later. Today, I am here to take your family to a reunion. M. Brute. Ha, you have been jumping up and down these days, and His Majesty has long been unable to tolerate it. If you were not still of some use, you would have died silently. Zhang Xinghuai, if you can think carefully about everything that happened in Suzhou, you will know who you are facing. Why did he do this? Why did he do this? Those are his people. He lowered his head and never raised it again. This scholar's spine is broken. Thank Duke Chao, for letting you die knowingly. Snort. Give me the white silk, and I will send him up there myself. Tread. Zhang Xinghuai, the governor of Chuzhou, colluded with the demons and slaughtered 380,000 civilians. After being exposed by the Duke of Protector of the country Ke Yangxiu, he hid himself in prison. Is Mr. Zhang satisfied with this ending? Squeak. A.M. M. Mom, I'm home. B. Day. Freeze. Stumbling. Staggering. See Wu. Why are you doing this? You are just a powerless civil servant who can't do anything. Those 380,000 people didn't ask you to take revenge. You lobby so hard every day, but people always ignore you. I wanted to tell you something at that time. People's joys and sorrows are not shared, they just think you are noisy. Mr. Zhang, the officials in the capital are not like you and me. They have not experienced the Chuzhou massacre, so they cannot be like you. There are disasters every year, and countless people starve to death or freeze to death every year. Seeing it with your own eyes and reading about it in memorials are not the same thing. After surviving the Chuzhou massacre with great difficulty, he rushed to the capital, thinking that the court would give justice to the 380,000 people, but he did not expect to lose his own life. Ha, it's absolutely true that a scholar is good for nothing. See? I risked my life for Governor ZH that day, and I thought I would risk my life for you this time, but before I could find a way, you were gone. Well, life is miserable, and you haven't lived a very good life. D. Su Qianan, you broke into the Dali Temple prison without permission. Even if I kill you right there, Wei Yuan won't say anything. Copa. Come. Take him down. Pull. Adults also have only one life, why not cherish it? Imperial Study Room. Your Majesty, Zhang Xinghuai is dead, the case can be settled. But how should you deal with it? The reason why you can forgive the king of Jinbei is that he has died. But now that Ke Yangxiu has returned to the capital safely, Wei Yuan and Prime Minister W will be the first ones who will not let him go. I have sent a group of imperial guards to the Duke of Huguo's mansion to protect your safety. You don't have to worry about assassination. Get through this period, the future is still bright. In addition, the spies that the king of Jinbei brought back with you will be temporarily under your command and will remain in your duke's mansion. Your Majesty is wise and powerful. This combination of attack and defense easily shook the civil officials. Then, while they are still hesitant, we will cut the Gordian knot and force Zhang Xinghuai to commit suicide out of fear of punishment, leaving no way out for you gentlemen. Now they can only accept it with a pinch of their nose. However, His Majesty also made enough concessions to satisfy some people. Otherwise, even Your Majesty will not be able to handle the situation alone. Although the sword of the nation was brought back to Beijing by the delegation, the whereabouts of the mysterious master were unknown. If we can find him again, send troops to attack him and avenge King Huai, the matter will be complete. AMA. A court meeting will be held tomorrow to conclude the Chuzhou case. Before that, you had people spread the news that Zhang Xinghuai committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Yes. Cabinet. Inside. It's fine if the Prince of Huai is dead. But this Ke Yangxiu was one of the executioners who massacred the city. Your Majesty's actions are really K. Bachelor's degree. Zhao Tingf. Let's think about how to save Lord Zhang. Such a good minister should not suffer an unjust accusation. Zhang Xinghuai is stubborn, and he can be a good official. In the court, he could do nothing. But that's what makes it respectable, isn't it? Your Majesty wants to vindicate the king of Jinbei and preserve the dignity of the royal family, so let's agree to his request. The condition is that Zhang Xinghuai will be found not guilty. Yangtze's safe return to Beijing will inevitably arouse the ire of some people. We can lobby secretly and sign a joint protest, but the demands should be lower. Kakuman. OMK Yangxia was on the street this morning, holding a blood-written letter, suing Zhang Xinghuai, and everyone knew about it. At this time, neither side would be convinced if Zhang Xinghuai were to be found innocent, and His Majesty would not agree. Indeed, the conflict has intensified to this extent, and Zhang Xinghuai is no longer whitewashed. Not to mention that His Majesty disagrees, even the common people would find it absurd, so who is right and who is wrong? If this matter is not handled properly, the court will become. Zhang Xinghuai is still guilty, but he can be replaced by a death row prisoner. As long as Your Majesty agrees, this can be done. All we can do is save his life. Die in prison. Zhang Xinghuai. Such a strong pressure. Even though I am a fourth-rank warrior, I cannot raise my head under the oppression of Duke Wei. Over the years, he was rarely seen so silent. A terrible storm was brewing in his silence. How brief! This is the only intelligence record left by a provincial governor, a second-rank official, after his death. Zhang Xinghuai was killed in prison. How would history books record him? Probably with more words, colluding with demons and barbarians, killing 380,000 people in the city, and killing the pillar of Dafeng. What a ridiculous world! Huiqing Mansion. Your Highness, the second princess wants to see you. Not see. C.A. Let her wait in the living room. If you want to ask whether Zhang Xinghuai is dead, then I can give you a clear answer, yes. I don't know either, I just feel a little uncomfortable and scared. This incident had a huge impact on her. It's no big deal. You haven't read enough books. If you read more history books, you will know that this is a common thing. The flattery lasted for a long time, and the harem was harmonious again after the death of the uncle. The bloodier and more unfair something is, the fewer strokes are needed to describe it. Is that what you think? The moon waxes and wanes, water fills and overflows. Everything in the world cannot escape the truth that everything will decline after reaching its peak. When a dynasty goes from prosperity to decline, it is inevitably accompanied by countless blood and tears, and the internal decay will eat away at it bit by bit. Kala. There will be more of this happening. Then, what should we do? Touch. At this time, someone will stand up. Someone will stand up. Did you know that Zhang Xinghuai is dead? It turns out that he was the culprit who colluded with the demons. Tea house. What? I have a brother who works at the Dali temple. Today I heard that Zhang Xinghuai committed suicide in prison out of fear of punishment. Zhang Xinghuai is worse than a beast. He colluded with the demons and killed the pillar of our Dafeng, the King Huai, and 380,000 people in Suzhou City. Then he deceived the envoys and went to Beijing to file a complaint. How much hatred did he have for the King of Huai? I heard that when he was in Suzhou, he embezzled military land and accepted bribes, and was punished many times by the King of Huai, so he was resentful. Impossible. The news of the Huai King's massacre was brought back by the envoys. That's right, Sui Luo is a master at solving cases. How could he wrongly accuse the Prince of Huai? We don't believe it. Oh, if you don't believe it, wait until the court issues a notice tomorrow. You have no choice but to believe it. On this day, the news that Zhang Xinghuai, the governor of Suzhou, committed suicide out of fear of punishment spread all over the capital. According to the description of those with ulterior motives, Zhang Xinghuai colluded with monsters and barbarians to kill the king of Jinbei and 380,000 people in Suzhou City. Regarding these rumors, some people are shocked, some people do not believe, some people are confused. Ordinary people do not know the inside story, let alone the twists and turns and intrigues involved, and they instinctively look for authoritative figures in their hearts. The statements made by authoritative figures are the facts they are willing to believe. Su Qi'an, the most trusted authority figure among the common people. There is currently no channel to express your opinions. The supervisor still doesn't see you? I didn't expect him to see me. LA. I just asked Kai Wei to bring him a message. After this, are you willing to travel the world with me? Is the western region Hu Ji lusty? I'm not close yet. Walking around the world. There will be a day, but not now. Tug. Dusk. Before the city gates closed, Su Earl and Su Ershu, along with the women in their family, all left the capital. The second day. Report anything if you have something to report, and dismiss the court if you have nothing to report. I have something to report. Quorum. Dali Temple Minister. Often. My dear, please tell me. Zhang Xinghuai, the governor of Chuzhou. Yesterday at noon, he committed suicide in prison out of fear of punishment. All the lovers feel that. How to conclude this case? Since he has committed suicide out of fear of punishment, the Chuzhou case can be closed. Zhang Xinghuai, the governor of Chuzhou, was a native of Zhu. He was a second-class jinshi in the 19th year of Yuanjing. This person colluded with the monster and barbarian tribes and killed the king of Jinbei and 380,000 people in Chuzhou city. He should be executed along with his entire clan. Zhang Xinghuai also has a son who works in Qingzhou. The imperial court can issue a report to order Wei Gong, the governor of Qingzhou, to arrest his entire family. Beheaded in public display. What objections do you have, my dear ministers? Lamb. Silence. He. Thanks to the checks and balances that have been in place for many years, the court is filled with numerous political parties, which make it like a mob and difficult to unite. In the past, I was high and mighty, allowing these people to fight, and the struggle was indeed fierce and exciting. But when he, the emperor, came to an end, this group of rabble was, after all, just a rabble. The matter is settled. Retreat. Denjam watch, the fastest and most stable. Minimal advertising. Duke Chow, let's go to the Jiafsi to have some fun at night. Having lived in the north for so many years, I almost forgot how pretty the girls in the music bureau were. With my status, can I go to the Jiafsi with you? How? There were so many beautiful women in the family that he could not visit them all. You should stay at home for the next few days. If you want to sleep with a woman from the Jiafsi, just let her go to the Hugwagong mansion. Why do you have to go there yourself? Then I will hold a banquet in my house and invite my colleagues and friends. Duke Chow must do me the honor of coming. Good. Noisy. Su Qianan, why are you blocking the Meridian Gate again? What do you want to do this time, Khan? You two come out. Which one is K Yanxiu? And Chao Guogong. I heard that Su Qianan once blocked the Meridian Gate and scolded the ministers so much that they felt ashamed. Push away. Do you think I am just like those civil servants, only good at talking? I am the person you are looking for. What, you want to curse me? I heard that you, Su Qian, are very good at writing poems. Please write one for me. Maybe I will go down in history. Where is the other person? Boy, why did you take off your official uniform? It seems that you also know that after the commotion at the Meridian Gate, you will no longer be able to serve as an official in the court. Wei Yuan, your training of this kid is in vain. Well, I won't curse anyone today. Zheng. I'm here to kill people. Listen, he said he wanted to kill someone. Kill someone in front of the Meridian Gate? Why retreat so far? Do you really believe that boy dares to take action in the palace? Nan. How dare you show off your weapons in the palace? The Imperial Guards. Where are the Imperial Guards? Catch this thief quickly. Why are you indifferent? Report back to Chao Guogong. There is a death-free gold medal. Possessing a golden medal of immunity from death, unless the emperor himself orders. Otherwise, the imperial guards alone would never dare to attack the holder. Su Qianan, you want to make mistakes. The Duke of the Protectorate is a first-class duke, a descendant of the founding fathers. If anything goes wrong with him, you can't be held responsible. Imprison. Can't move. My knees. I can't stand it anymore. A warrior dared to kill people in the Meridian Gate, and no one in the court dared to stand up and say anything. Is there any royal law for this? Shut up, damn. See, tie up. Wave. Your Majesty, something happened. Su Qianan is blocking the Meridian Gate again, threatening to kill the Duke of Hugua and the Duke of Chao. Gee. Does he want to rebel? What about Duke Chao and Duke Hugua? Taken out of the palace. Quickly mobilize the imperial guards to stop Su Qianan. And if you disobey, you will be killed immediately. How audacious! How audacious! I overpowered Wei Yuan, W. Shofu, and all the officials in the court, but I actually ignored such a small person. How dare he disobey me? Stop him. I'll deal with Li Niuzhen, you guys go intercept Su Qianan. Chu Yuanjin, do you want to rebel against the court? Do you want to become a wanted criminal? This is the imperial city, where all the nobles live. If you want to take responsibility, you can fight me. Anyway, I am alone, so the worst that can happen is that I will never enter the territory of Dafeng in this lifetime. Humph, you think I can't take you down? B. Amit Ba. Why didn't Mr. Li give me a ride? I was almost late. I'll tell you when I'm escaping. Such a strong aura. Behind the Imperial Guards, there are still a constant stream of strong men chasing after them. We seem to have stirred up a hornet's nest. Get out if you're afraid of death. Suyin Luo? Who is he holding in his hand? Follow along and take a look. Suyin Luo grabbed the two important people and ran towards Kaishiku. I don't know what happened, go check it out. Bustling. Bustling. B. Look, so many people. It was worth dying today. I'm a first-class duke, a descendant of a founding father. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will no longer have a place in Dafeng. It was my fault. Please let me go, please let me go. Want to live, it's simple. Speak louder and tell all the people. Who massacred Chuzhou City? It was the Prince of Jinbei. It was the Duke of Hugua K. Yangxiu, they were the ones who massacred the city. Not enough. And your Majesty, and your Majesty. He knew everything. He knew that the King of Jinbei was going to massacre the city. The one who massacred 380,000 people in Chuzhou City was King Jinbei and Quebec. And that king, that Majesty, condoned this. No wonder Governor Zhang died, he was killed by them. CO, Prince Dafeng massacres the city. Emperor Dafeng acquiesces. Will they turn their butcher knives against us one day? Tap tap tap. All outsiders, please disperse immediately. Your Majesty has ordered the execution of Su Qianan. Please save me and kill this beast. Flash. It's finally here. Woo. Well. Dream. Ping. Quickly break this barrier and rescue the adults. Ping. A. In the era before paper, the Confucian saint used this carving knife to carve out classics that have been handed down from generation to generation. The power contained therein is not something that a few masters of the Imperial Guards can counter. Yesterday, Su Qianan had asked Dean Zhao for permission to use the carving knife, and got the other party's consent. What are you doing? Help me. Help me. Just now, the two thieves have confessed their crimes. Everyone has heard it. Duke Chao framed loyal and good people, aided the tyrant in his evil deeds, and cooperated with Duke Hugua Ke Yongxiu to kill Zheng Xinghuai, the governor of Chuzhou. Etc. No. See, according to Dafeng law, behead him in public. Boom. Su Qianan. Su Jiao. Lord Su. I know I was wrong. Su Yin Luo. I shouldn't have been bewitched by the king of Jinbei. I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance, don't kill me. You are afraid of death too? The child you stabbed with your spear, the civilians you ordered to be shot. You led me to death in prison. Have you ever thought that they don't want to die either? The commander of Chuzhou, the Duke of Hugua, Ke Yongxiu, colluded with the Wushan cult with the king of Huai to massacre the people of Chuzhou city and slaughtered them all. The blood debt is unforgivable. After the incident, he conspired with Emperor Yuan Jing to frame Zheng Xinghuai, the governor of Chuzhou, and led him to death in prison. See, spare my life. Spare my life. Everything is negotiable. Today. Sentence him to be executed immediately. Ticking. Ticking. Click. M. No longer an official. Su Qian. Thank you Su Yin Luo for eliminating the treacherous officials and bringing justice to the people of Chuzhou city. Thank you Su Yin Luo. Give Mr. Zhang justice. In the early summer of the 37th year of Yuan Jing in the Dafeng calendar, Su Qian, the Silver Gong, beheaded Duke Chao and Duke Hugua at Kaishiku, putting an end to the Chuzhou massacre. The 7 righteous men knelt in front of the execution platform for a long time and refused to get up. Today, Su Qianan killed 2 thieves, not to vent his not for personal revenge, but for the sake of his pride. This is to redress the injustice done to Mr. Zhang and to tell the court a message. If the sky had feelings, it would also grow old. The right path in the world is full of vicissitudes. Mr. Zhang, rest in peace. Dad, why are you crying? Lamb calm. Sob. Sob. Why are the adults crying? My child, look at his appearance carefully. From now on, no matter how others belittle or slander him, he is our hero. Follow him. But don't do it. In less than half an incense stick of time, the officials who were still gathered at the Meridian Gate received the news that the 2 thieves had been beheaded. What a lawless man! He is a hateful person. But he is also a respectable person. How could you say that about him? I really want to chop this guy into pieces, but that's just my personal grudge. Ko Pam. Calmly Ke Yongxiu aided and abetted the tyrant and massacred 380,000 innocent people. He is an evildoer who cannot be forgiven by heaven. Good killing, wonderful killing. Is there enough time in one day? That's enough. Su Qianan killed the 2 dukes in Kai and slandered His Majesty in front of more than 1,000 people, claiming that His Majesty condoned the Jinbei king's massacre in the city, and that the protector of the country Ke Yongxiu was the one who did it. Is this bastard still alive? He entered the Imperial Observatory, and the commanders were unable to stop him. He held a carving knife in his hand. Immediately sent people to arrest Su Qianan's family and put them in jail to await their fate. If they resist, they will be killed on the spot. Send 500 Imperial guards to the Imperial Observatory to capture Su Qianan. Inform the cabinet and issue a notice immediately. In Luo Su Qianan is a spy of the Wushan cult. He took advantage of the Zheng Xinghuai case to stir up trouble and destroyed the reputation of our Dafeng royal family. Yes. Can't be separated anymore. Soon, a group of Imperial guards arrived at Zu's house and found the gate closed. Su Mansion. After entering, I found that the house was already empty. The furniture and supplies were all there, but there was not a single valuable item. These Imperial guards were the elite among the elite, and they did not just smash things randomly out of After a thorough search, he quickly left and returned to the palace to report. On the other side, the old eunuch came to the cabinet in person. Your Majesty has issued an order, please issue a notice immediately. Su Qi'an, the Silver Luo, is a spy of the Wuxian cult. He took advantage of the Zhang Xinghuai case to stir up trouble and damage the reputation of the Dafeng royal family. Return the seal. The cabinet has the power to refute, which means to reject the emperor's bad and incorrect orders. What did you say? Mr. Chief Assistant. Say it again? Return the seal. Prime Minister, this is an extraordinary period. Why do you want to offend His Majesty at this time? Countless people are eyeing your position. Nah. All under heaven belongs to the king. This world belongs to your Majesty. See, as subjects, even if we have opinions in our hearts, we should keep them to ourselves. Why do you have to make things difficult for His Majesty? I am not feeling well, so I will return home first. If your Majesty needs to summon you for something, please wait until tomorrow. So brave. Walk. Finished explaining? Yes. Prime Minister W has sent back your oral order. Summon him to see me. W Shofu said he was not feeling well and went back to his residence to rest. Coxsum. He also said that if your Majesty had anything to say, please come and see him tomorrow. Old man, do you really think I dare not dismiss him? Since you are not feeling well, please don't take up the seat. Notify all officials to attend court tomorrow. Grown-ups. Whisper. Your Majesty, Su Qi'an's family members had already absconded and their whereabouts are unknown. Over at the Imperial Astronomical Observatory, the observatory was covered by a formation for 100 feet in radius, and the Imperial Guards could not enter. It turned out to be premeditated. What else did the supervisor say? It wasn't the supervisor, it was Wei Qianhuan who took action, and he also ridiculed the Imperial Guards harshly. Su Qi'an is only a silver gong after all, and cannot represent the court. This behavior can be defined as a martial artist breaking the law. But this is not enough. If they want to convince the people, they have to fabricate charges against Su Qi'an and label him a spy of the Wuxian cult. Then he sent people to spread rumors in the capital and coordinated them with the imperial notice. This was far more credible than the bragging of this beast in Kaishiku. See, but before that, we must first deal with the civil service group. Now that things have turned around, many civil servants who dare not speak out are likely to give up. Therefore, at the court meeting tomorrow, we must kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. W Shofu is the chicken to be killed. The trend is achieved. Whoosh. Thank you, teacher, for your help. I feel better today. But why did the Imperial Guards want to arrest Su Qi'an, and why did you ask me to stop them? Karamba. Su Qi'an intercepted all the officials at the Meridian Gate, kidnapped the Duke of Hugua and the Duke of Chao, and beheaded them at Kaishiku. Winning the love and respect of the people, however, is also destroying one's own future. If it were you, would you dare? I see. Teacher, I will go back to practice. Whoosh. So bland? It seems that he can still distinguish the priorities. That boy's aura is heading towards the palace. Confinement. Woo. Teacher. Whoosh. You can't do this to me, no. The incident at Kaishiko spread quickly. Different from other topics that are only discussed in leisure time. The incident of Su Qi'an beheading Duke Chao and Duke Hu was deliberately spread by the common people who were present at the time. The purpose is to expose the shameless behavior of the criminals to the world as soon as possible. M. Zhao is a scoundrel who idles around all day and never has money in his pocket. Either he goes to the casino to satisfy his cravings, or he spends his money on women in brothels. He had a particularly good time these days because he had taken a job and could get a penny in return just by talking, which was like pie in the sky. This job was spread out from a G called the Green Hand G, and they specifically recruited scoundrels like Zhao to do it. The requirement was simple: just spread the rumor that Yunzhou Governor Zhang Xinghuai was colluding with the demons. Today, the Green Hanji released a new mission, which is similar to the rumor, but the protagonist has been shed to Luo Su Qianan. Did you know that Su Luo beheaded 2 dukes at Kaishiko this morning? Already knew. Su Luo is not only a hero, but also the only remaining conscience of our Dafeng. Yes, who can exchange future and life for justice? They are no longer silver gongs. Alas, our Dafeng has lost 2 good officials this time. The Chuzhou Governor Zhang is also a loyal and honest person. You have all been blinded by the traitor. Actually, this is not the case. I have a relative who is an official in the court, and I heard a big secret from him. What secret? Su Luo was actually a spy of the northeastern Wushan cult, who had been lurking in Dafeng to gain reputation. This time, he finally got the chance to use the Chuzhou governor Zhang Xinghuai to collude with the demons and barbarians. Framed the king of Zhenbei, used his own reputation to kill the duke and discredit the court. You were all deceived by him, you can't believe his words. Just think about it, why did the king of Zhenbei want to massacre the city? How could your majesty agree to this? Use your brains. Nonsense, how could Su Luo be a spy of the Wushan cult? What evidence do you have? How dare you slander Su Luo? Do you want to die? There are so many outstanding people in Dafeng, is it true that only Su Luo is upright? Why didn't the officials in the court stand up and speak for Zhang Xinghuai? The right and wrong is actually very simple, and a smart person can see through it at a glance. You guys were just deceived by Su Luo's former glory. He is just a hypocritical spy. This is the person who spread rumors in the store yesterday that Zhang Xinghuai was colluding with the demons. Today they are spreading rumors that Su Luo is a spy again. I don't. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you to death. Wait, I remember him. He also came here yesterday and said bad things about Lord Zhang. I think he is the spy. Damn it, beat him. Help. Hit hard. You don't have to pay for breaking tables and chairs, but if you kill someone, just throw him on the street. Your Majesty, news has come back from outside the palace, the rumors cannot be spread. Can't get out? Anyone who said something bad about Su Qianan was beaten by the people in the city. When did he gain such a reputation? And several lives were lost. An ant can bite me without knowing it. Ga. The second day. I heard that Prime Minister W has been ill recently? Silent. Then Prime Minister W doesn't need to go to court. I will give you a 3-month vacation to recuperate, and the affairs of the cabinet will be temporarily handed over to Zhao Tingf, the Grand Secretary of the Donka. The opening is so heavy? Your Majesty actually wants to sideline the Prime Minister. Thank you, Your Majesty. Snort. I am very CM. Because there were traitors in the court. Kill the Duke, slander the royal family, and slander the court. Such traitors should be executed along with their entire clan. Wei Yuan, Su Qianan is your man, you are responsible for this matter. I give you 3 days to arrest this thief and his family. Yes. Humph, Wei Qingyi isn't as charismatic as people say. Regarding the treatment of the traitor Su Qian, dear ministers, do you have anything else to add? I have something to report. The king of Zhenbei colluded with the Wushan cult and massacred 380,000 people in Chuzhou city. The Duke of Hugua, Ke Yangxiu, personally took charge of the massacre. Explain. Then, he teamed up with Duke Jia to kill Zhang Xinghuai, the governor of Chuzhou. Bastard. ZH Xingying, do you want to overturn the verdict? I wondered where Su Qianan got the guts to do this, but it turns out he was colluding with you. Iyenga. Do you know what is the crime of defaming the prince and the duke? I do not want to overturn the verdict. So what do you want to do? Your Majesty is guilty. His first crime, condoning the king of Zhenbei to massacre the city. His second crime was shielding the prince of Zhenbei and the duke of Hugua. I, Your Majesty, ask you to issue an edict of apology. You issue an edict to sin against yourself? This little censor actually dared to ask me to issue an edict of repentance. Get up. I think you are crazy. Zh Xingying, I suspect you colluded with Su Qian, murdered the duke, and slandered the prince. Come, take him to the prison. DQ. My will is made, no one can ask for mercy. Otherwise, the same crime will be punished. Please, Your Majesty, issue an edict of repentance. You are so brave. What? I helped you to this position, do you think you can check and balance me? See, calma please, Your Majesty, issue an edict of repentance. X. Good, good. What a great Prime Minister W, what a great Wei Qingyi. You two have been fighting for so many years, and in the end you have united to deal with me. W Jinwen, your old bones, how many blows of the cane can you withstand? What other moves do you have? Who else are you in league with? Just use them. Anyone who dares to stand up today will be deceiving the emperor and be disrespectful. Pull them all out with sticks. The emperor often used the caning to deal with officials. This was not a light threat. You know, throughout history, countless officials have died from being beaten to death in court. Your Majesty condoned the King of Jinbei beforehand, and later protected the King of Jinbei and the Duke of Hugua. Please issue an edict for sinning against yourself. C. Please issue an edict of repentance, Your Majesty. Please issue an edict of repentance, Your Majesty. Please, Your Majesty, issue an edict of repentance. Emperor Yuan Jing ascended the throne at a young age, and for 37 years, he had firmly controlled the court. Every day, the ministers were fighting each other to the death, but he sat on the Daio Yutai, just like watching a show. He was so high and mighty that the humbleness of his subjects was highlighted, just like a monkey trainer watching a monkey show. At this moment, this group of monkeys actually united to make trouble? What are you doing? Are you trying to force me together? Do you still have the emperor and father in your eyes? Traitor! Traitor! Yuan Xiong, you are the left censor-in-chief of the censorate, you tell these traitors, what they are doing. Guru! Your Majesty, now that things have come to this, please do not persist in your wrongdoings. Issue an edict to sin against yourself. Ga. I am the ruler of a country, how can I be wrong? Don't even think of asking me to issue an edict of apology. Don't even think about it. Yuan Jing. Call. Issue a confession of guilt. Zhao Shou, the president of Yunlu Academy, is a third-rank scholar. The greatest Confucian of his time. Zhao Shou represents not only himself, but also the entire Yunlu Academy and all the scholars who follow the Confucian system. The carving knife in the dean's hand at this moment truly made this emperor, since he ascended the throne. CLA. Nah. For the first time, I was threatened with death in the imperial palace, in the throne room. How did you get into Beijing? How did you get into the palace? Correction. Correction. Come and escort. Block. Confucianism will not kill the king. Only kill thieves. Zhao Shou, representing Confucianism, asks you for 2 promises. The first promise is to immediately issue a confession of guilt. The second promise was that Su Qianan would plead for the people and seek justice for Lord Zhang. He has done nothing wrong. You must issue an imperial decree to praise him, acknowledge his innocence, and not bring disaster to his people. Just let me issue an edict of repentance. Why do you want to protect Su Qian? CANM. Come, I never told you that Su Ningyan is my disciple. What? Su Qianan is actually a Confucian scholar? He is truly worthy of being called the best poet. Sure enough, how could someone who could write so many masterpieces that have been passed down through the ages not be a Confucian scholar? He must be one of us. Confuse. You want me to forgive the traitor who killed the duke? You want me to continue to indulge him in the court? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Zhao Shou, I am the ruler of a country, the son of heaven. Do you really dare to kill me? I will bet my life on the fate of Confucianism. I still have a supervisor, and I don't believe the supervisor will sit idly by and watch you do it. Yuan Jing, issue an edict of repentance. Finally, I understand why Wei Yuan and W. Shofu were able to collude with all officials and force them to issue a self-criticism edict. Now I know why Zhao Shou dared to enter the capital and forced him to issue a self-criticism edict. All of this was instructed by the supervisor. On call. He no longer cared to serve as an official in the court. Who is he? And naturally, it refers to the man who shouted that he did not want to be an official. All the rise and fall of ancient and modern times, all is settled in a pot of wine. Look how proud you are. No teacher has cleaned up your mess. Let's see if you can get what you want. M. How are Miaojin, Chu Yuanjin, and Master Hung Yuan? In a few days, the injury will be healed. I was so tired, but they didn't want Brother Song to help treat my injuries. They are afraid of becoming experimental subjects. When he came to the Imperial Observatory that day, he asked Kai Wei to tell the director of the observatory that Wei Yuan and W. Shofu wanted to unite all officials and force Emperor Yuan Jing to issue an edict of guilt. I hope the supervisor can help. Without the approval of the patron saint of Dafeng, Emperor Yuan Jing had been checking and controlling the court for many years, with numerous political parties. It would have been difficult for Wei Yuan and W. Zhenwen to reach an exchange of interests within a day and get the consent of more than 2/3 of the officials in the capital. Jian Zhang agreed. Yesterday, I went to Yunlu Academy and told Zhao Shou about my plan. Zhao Shou disagreed with my decision to leave. Because Su Xinyan was the only student from Yunlu Academy who entered the Hanlin Academy and became a candidate for the position of chancellor. This led to the scene where President Zhao entered the palace and threatened Emperor Yuan Jing. After I stop being an official, although my connections are still there, it will be difficult for me to use the power of the court. Seeing moreover, his official career has been cut off and it will be impossible for him to climb up the ladder. When he confronts the mastermind behind the scenes in the future, he will have to rely on other forces. The members of the Tiandi Hui are one of my reliances. Li Miaojin and Chu Yuanjin are 4th-rank warriors, and Master Hung Yuan is an 8th-rank warrior monk. But according to Chu Yuanjin, the master has excellent explosive power and endurance. Even if his fighting power is not as good as that of a 4th-rank warrior, it is still better than that of a 5th-rank warrior. Li's combat power cannot be accurately assessed, and is slightly inferior to Hung Yuan. But Taoist Master Jinlian said that she was the only genius in the group who could compare with me. The identity of number 1 is unknown for now, let's not worry about it for now. Taoist priest number 9, Jinlian, is one of the big guys I can py, and behind him there are many Taoist priests from the Earth sect who have not been possessed by demons. So next, we have to help Taoist Master Jinlian to preserve the 9-colored lotus. Besides Taoist Master Jinlian, Wei Yuan is the boss I can trust. Song. The supervisor does not count. The supervisor is too difficult to figure out, and all the goodwill he shows now may not be true goodwill. Master Shinshu is more trustworthy than Jianzhang, but he is currently in a deep sleep and will not wake up for a while. Luo Yuhong, the leader of the Renzong sect, has some friendship with Jinlian, but only a superficial friendship with me, so I probably can't rely on him. After the Chuzhou massacre ended, I kept a low profile and tried my best to be promoted to the 5th rank. It won't be too difficult because I have already touched the threshold of the 5th rank. But the 5th rank is not enough. Only when I reach the 4th rank can I truly have the power to protect myself. By the way, through the situation of Roland's second uncle, we can try to understand the attitude of Emperor Yuan Jing. If you have any intention of revenge, leave Beijing immediately. Lamb. Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. Your Majesty has agreed to issue a confession of guilt. It's a pity that there is no way to force Emperor Yuan Jing to abdicate. The old emperor has been in charge of the court for many years and his foundation is still there. Even though the officials are forcing him to issue a self-criticism edict now, if they really want to force him to abdicate, most people will not support it. The interests involved, political cheese, etc., are too broad. One should not be greedy. Now this is the result I want. Kaiwei, I just went to the palace to see. Then who asked you to watch the show by yourself? When Lingyin, Lena and I eat, we always take advantage of the situation, the quicker the better. Even a 6-year-old child understands this. Why didn't I see Brother Y? He was suppressed underground by the teacher and went to accompany senior sister Zhongli. What did the king do again? To the supervisor? Teacher, senior brother Song asked me to ask you something. He wants death row prisoners to perform alchemical experiments again? He said he wanted to go to Rinzong to learn martial arts, but since you are his teacher, he doesn't dare to act on his own, so he needs your consent. What is his reason? Senior brother Song has reached the final stage of human body refinement, but his soul cannot with his body. He is very distressed and has trouble sleeping and eating. Taoism is an expert in the field of souls, and he wants to learn Taoist magic. But senior brother Song said that his heart is still with you, teacher, and he hopes you won't be jealous. This world is not worth it. Well. Poof. Bedroom. After 37 years on the throne, his dignity was today trampled underfoot by his ministers. For a proud king who boasted himself to be at the pinnacle of power, the blow was too great. An ordinary person would go crazy if his face was humiliated like this, let alone the emperor. The gentlemen did not leave, but gathered in the Golden Palace. What are they doing? What are they not satisfied with? Didn't I promise them? W. Jinwen and Wei Yuan said that they would not adjourn the court until they saw the Edict of Apology. Puff. Next day. The Imperial City Gate, the Inner City Gate, the Outer City Gate, 12 city gates, and 12 bulletin boards were all posted with Emperor Yuan Jing's Edict of Repentance. Is it an edict to sin? Yes, it is a self-criticism edict. Your Majesty really issued a self-criticism edict. Quick! Read quickly. The emperor then issued an edict, expressing deep regret for the past, saying, I inherited the throne with my cool virtue. I intended to renew the world and return to the old ways of our ancestors. Unexpectedly, I relied on the wrong people, which led to the destruction of Chuzhou City. May 16, the 37th year of Yuan Jing. CP aimed on. Your Majesty has issued an edict of self-criticism, which means that everything Suing Luo said yesterday was true, right? Quiet. Those rumors in the market that defame Suing Luo are all false, right? Your Majesty issued a self-criticism edict, admitting that he condoned the Jinbei king's massacre of the city. Suing Luo, what he said yesterday was all true. If Suing Luo had not drawn his sword in her, the injustice of the Chuzhou massacre would have been difficult to redress. Lord Zhang, you would have died with your eyes open. Cheers and shouts of abuse broke out together, even to the point of dust rising. Imperial College. The death of the Jinbei king was not a pity, but I didn't expect that even His Majesty. What a foolish ruler. This is a sign of the country's demise. How could he be allowed to act so recklessly? Didn't the supervisor know about this beforehand? There is not a single man among the officials in the court. We have studied the books of sages diligently, but we have to associate with this group of spineless scholars? See, they will not dare to confront your Majesty until Suing Luo kills the two thieves with a knife and turns the matter upside down. Bah, if it were me, I would have thrown my head to the ground on the spot. Alas, if this is recorded in history books in the future, scholars will lose face. It's a pity that Suing Luo is not a Confucian scholar. Hey guys, I just heard some good news. I heard that today, Jia Shou, the dean of Yunlu Academy, appeared in the court and said in front of the officials and His Majesty that Suing Luo was his disciple. Suing Luo is a student of Yunlu Academy? Dean Zhao's disciple, is this true? This matter is being circulated in official circles, and it is not something I made up. Today is a series of happy events, so let's make it clear. Let's go drink. I won't be reading today, I'll just indulge myself. For a long time, the fact that the top poet of Dafeng was born a warrior has been a thorn in the hearts of all scholars. Every time it is mentioned, people feel both admiration and regret. Now, knowing that Su Qi'an is a student of Yunlu Academy, I am so happy. Even though there is a dispute between Yunlu Academy and Imperial College over the orthodoxy, history books do not mention this, as they are all Confucian scholars. Huiqing Mansion. Huiqing Mansion. He never disappoints, does he? After this incident, my father's reputation and the prestige of the royal family will fall to the lowest point. If you do something wrong, you must admit it. Although I don't like reading, the tutor taught us that knowing one's mistakes is the best way to improve oneself. Being a simple-minded person can be a happy thing. Some people shout about justice and say that their father did something wrong, but when they are needed to contribute, they immediately stop talking. I won this round, I finally defeated Huiqing. The reason why Li Miaojin and her companions were able to stop the Imperial Guards in the Imperial City that day was because Linen hid their whereabouts, which allowed Su Qi'an to appear in time to take away the two thieves. After Su Qi'an killed the three thieves, Linen felt relieved and became lively again. This is the reason why Huiqing deliberately gave the credit to Linen. Otherwise, this pure and simple heart would be somewhat overshadowed. Yes, he is much more responsible than your brother the prince. Back home. Jingle bell. What's this on your waist? Oh. This is a jade pendant given to me by my dog slave. Its texture and workmanship are just so-so. But he carved it himself. Look, it has so many flaws. If you bought it, it would definitely not be like this. Envy it. Go away and don't get in my way here. I was going to leave, Missing a corner. Feeling distressed. Feeling distressed. A room in the observatory. Duke Chao and Kei Yongxiu had just died and were still in a daze. All questions answered, no thoughts. After Kei Yongxiu returned to the capital, he secretly met with His Majesty. How did you know about the massacre? Soon after the incident, I was summoned by His Majesty and informed of the matter. What did he ask you to do? Cooperate with him fully. This includes being a supporting actor in the court. Help him spread rumors. Duke Chao only found out about the massacre afterwards. Well, the value of this ghost plummeted. Do you know the whole story of the massacre? No. Tell me the whole story. Oops. My IQ is too low. I really can't exploit such loopholes. I have to answer one question at a time. Did you know that the king of Jinbei is working with the head of the Earth sect and a high-ranking wizard of the Wushan sect? No. Did Emperor Yuan Jing already know about this? The massacre of the city was originally planned by Your Majesty and Prince Huai. Why massacre the city instead of starting a war? The amount of blood and essence required is too huge and time-consuming. Moreover, the outbreak of war will bring many uncontrollable factors into the plan, which is not safe. Emperor Yuan Jing was too indulgent to Prince Jinbei and even couldn't wait for him to be promoted. This was not in line with the mentality of an emperor, let alone a suspicious emperor. Can the two words martial arts fanatic really wipe out the suspicion and fear of a cunning emperor? What was the real purpose of Emperor Yuan Jing planning this? Prince Huai said that if he was promoted to the second rank, he would be able to check and balance the supervisor. Let the royal family have a true pillar to protect the country, so they don't have to be too wary of the supervisor and Yunlu Academy. This is also Your Majesty's wish. And His Majesty wants to refine soul pills. So, one of the brothers wanted the blood pill and the other wanted the soul pill, and they started to fleece the common people. Taoist priest Jinlian said that the function of soul pills is to strengthen the primordial spirit, serve as materials for alchemy, refine magic weapons, repair imperfect souls, and cultivate instrument spirits. Mid. These words alone did not seem to be enough for Emperor Yuan Jing to risk the wrath of the world and sacrifice the people of an entire city. Where is the soul pill? After the death of Prince Y, I took the soul pill in the chaos. Bring it back to the capital and give it to His Majesty. No wonder why Yen said that when blood was sacrificed to the people, the blood would float up and turn into blood pills, and the souls would go underground, but there would be no trace left afterwards. I thought the soul pill was taken away by the Taoist leader of D-Zone, but I didn't expect it to end up in the pocket of Emperor Yuan Jing. So, the leader of the Earth sect participated in this matter for the so-called evil. Well, the king of Jinbei has some cooperation with the Taoist leader of D-Zone. I wonder if Emperor Yuan Jing will also flirt with the Taoist leader of D-Zone? This is not good. If this is the case, then I have to be careful about my identity. During the 1v5 battle that day, the head of the Earth sect sensed that I had the aura of the Earth Book fragment. He knew that the mysterious master in Shuzhou was the owner of the Earth Book fragment. Then when I protect the 9-colored golden lotus, I must erase all traces of Su Qianan. Su Qianan is in Shuzhou, and a mysterious master appears in Shuzhou, with the aura of Earth Book fragments, which doesn't mean anything. But what if Su Qianan is also the holder of the Earth Book fragment? This is a very tricky thing. Are Emperor Yuan Jing secretly colluding with the head of the D-Zone Dao sect? Have no idea. Have no idea. What did Emperor Yuan Jing do by refining soul pills? If you don't know this or that, what use are you? Do you have any hidden property or wealth? See, no. Although the Hugwagong mansion is in the capital, Ke Yangxiu has been running the business in Shuzhou for many years. Even if he has any private money, it is in Shuzhou. The Duke of Huguo's mansion must be confiscated, otherwise I won't be able to give you an explanation. Unfortunately, I am no longer a night watchman, so I cannot participate in the confiscation of property, otherwise I would have made a fortune. I have 13 private residences in Beijing, 3 of which are idle. Duke Chao, do you have any unknown property? There is a place where I store some treasures and silver. The precious antiques are not kept at home, but stored outside. These things are not allowed to be seen in public. What a hateful, corrupt official. Where are those things? The title deed and the property deed of the house where I store my antiques are all in the house. The rest are in the Duke's mansion. Damn it, 12 private houses left me. Heartache. After the questioning, in order to retain some expectation, Su Qianan did not ask what treasures were in Chao Guogong's private residence. Planning to check it out myself later. Knock knock knock. Put the 2 souls back into the bag. Su Qianan went to check on Li Maya's injuries. Hello. Were you ching the medicine just now? It's no big deal. Emperor Yuan Jing issued an edict of repentance and promised not to embarrass you, so you don't have to leave the capital too early. In fact, even if he doesn't forgive you, you don't have to be afraid. The head of Tianzong is on the same level as the chief supervisor. Even if Emperor Yuan Jing had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to really kill you. Anything else? It's good to have a dad to back you up. No wonder when I read novels before, those villains with backers always liked to jump up and down, arrogant and domineering. If they hadn't been unlucky enough to meet the protagonist, ordinary people would be helpless against them. Why do you look like you want to chase me away? Have I done much to influence the 3 of you? Something happened. I wonder what the soul pill is good for. Still asking? Didn't Taoist priest Jinlian tell you? Quietly. I just communicated with Ke Yangxi's spirit and learned from him that the one who needs the soul pill is not the leader of the Earth sect, but Emperor Yuan Jing. According to what Taoist master Jinlian said, the soul pill seemed not enough to make him do such a crazy thing, but it was indeed the case. Therefore, I guess that the soul pill may have other unknown uses. Is it the kind of soul pill that is made from souls? I don't know much more about soul pills. Do you know? When Senior Brother Song was doing research a few days ago, he said that the soul pill might be able to fuse the body and soul he had refined, but it was just a guess. After all, soul pills are too precious and the conditions for refining them are harsh. It is impossible for him to kill people to make the elixir. The supervisor will be the first to kill him. Well, I heard from Senior Brother Song that there are records about soul pills in the library on the 8th floor of the Stargazing Tower. Take us there. The library is a forbidden area of the Qi'an. Only disciples can enter, and they must first obtain the consent of the supervisor teacher or Senior Brother Y. I can't take you in, or you'll be punished. If you want to eat something these days, just tell me and I will satisfy you. Snap. I'll take you there right now. Library Pavilion. Where is that book and what is it called? I forgot. I'll go ask Brother Song. Kyushu Stray Beasts Volume 1. The book records that stray beasts are descendants of ancient gods and demons. We can get a glimpse of how many kinds of demons there were in ancient times by looking at the stray beasts of later generations. The largest and most widespread creature is the Jiao. The book mentions that the ancestor of the Jiao was a god and demon called Dragon. For example, the stray beast that appeared in the Yunzhou legend came from overseas. It could cause thunder and lightning and heavy rain in a breath. Its ancestor might be a god or demon called Qi'an. Spirit Dragon. There is no evidence to prove the ancestor of the spirit dragon. It was first recorded in history during the period of the ancient human emperor, and was the mount used by the human emperor to conquer all corners of the world. Riding the wind and waves, he is one of the kings of the water. This is not right. Judging from the posture of the dog-licking dragon, it doesn't look like the king of the water. Huiqing told me that the spirit dragon likes to eat purple air, so it chased the royal family and became the royal family's companion spirit beast. For the royal family, it is also a symbol of human orthodoxy. But the book says that the spirit dragon has another ability, which is to absorb and spit out the fate of the dynasty. Make the dynasty last longer. Everything that prospers must decline. This is the will of heaven. When a dynasty is on the verge of collapse, it will inevitably decline. The spiritual dragon can absorb and exhale luck. If the luck is too strong, it will absorb it. If the luck is weak, it will expel it. Let the dynasty's destiny always remain at a stable level. Luck balancer? When I first came here, I doubted the fate of the dynasties in this world. It was inconsistent with the 300 years law I studied in street literature. At the time I thought it was due to the existence of supernatural powers, but now it seems that it might be due to the existence of a spirit dragon? The book is called Kadanlu. It's in position B, on the third shelf, second shelf. I'll get it for you. The result was disappointing. Taoist Jinlian had basically summarized the effects of the soul pill without leaving anything out. That is to say, either the soul pill is just a cover, or one of the soul pill's functions is crucial but we haven't discovered it. If I get a chance, I will ask Luo Yuhong for advice. At least I will tell Luo Yuhong about this and ask her to keep an eye on Emperor Yuan Jing. Don't see Yue. Of course, before that, you have to ask Taoist Master Jinlian first. Well, I will go to Duke Chao's private residence tomorrow, and then go to Yunlu Academy to pick up my second uncle and aunt the day after tomorrow. Then I will contact Taoist Master Jinlian and ask my aunt if she can trust me. Also, the wife and princess have to be brought back. We can't keep her outside. TSK, there are so many troubles. The Weiwei massacre was finally made public. I failed to check the outcome, and failed to save the royal family's reputation. The loss of face for the royal family means the loss of the support of the people, and the loss of support of the people means that part of their luck has been lost. I really want to disperse my luck, but this is beyond my ability to bear. Like you, I am trying to maintain a balance, not a little more, not a little less. But those people outside are too ignorant, and Wei Yuan is even more ignorant, and he often disobeys me. Please give back some of my existence and the luck that I have placed in you. NM. Rumble. My sister Joan, am here to pick you up. Your cultivation has improved again. Must. Shoot. Need. Shoot. Then go back. This is right. Coxum. Whoosh. Why did you follow me? 4 people and 1 sword, it's so crowded, why don't I give you a ride? Does this person have no conscience? I acted as a coachman and took him to Yunlu Academy even though my injury was not healed yet. He did not thank me. Instead, he blamed himself. I just want to reminisce about the crowded subway. Yunlu Academy. I see the ringtone, go down. ZZZ. nga.con. How can you sleep on the ground? You are so dirty. If you keep lying here and sleeping, I'll call your mother to beat you. It's a big pot. My master and I went out to hunt game, but he disappeared while we were hunting. I'm not afraid of my mother beating me. I'm tired, so we'll take a nap. You're not afraid of your mother's beating, but aren't you afraid of me hitting you with a bamboo stick? If you have something to say, just talk it out nicely. Why use force against a child? You never know how awful it is to be the parent of a naughty child. Shoot. Brother. There are more beautiful women around my brother. It's okay, you can go home today. What about Jill and second uncle? Pinch. I don't know where my father went to practice martial arts, and my second brother is studying with Master ZH. Sideways senior sister. Brother, who is that sister? Oh, the senior sister of that lazy girl. Oops. Why is it dirty again? Aren't I tired of washing your clothes every day? You stupid kid, you don't even know how to feel sorry for me. Then I don't have to treat you as my daughter when I beat you. Then I'm not your daughter, why are you hitting me? How dare you talk back? Oops. Come. The dean doesn't know. Call. Confucianism can still teleport others. So awesome. Thank you, Dean, for your help. Establish a mind for heaven and earth, establish a destiny for the people, carry on the lost knowledge of the past sages, and bring peace to the world for all eternity. This is what you taught me, and you haven't forgotten it. What the dean meant was that as long as I didn't forget my original intention, we would still be good friends. The student came to the college to borrow a book from the dean. Collections from the Great Zhou Dynasty. This was written by a great scholar in the academy 600 years ago. He was born in the late Zhou dynasty and was active in the early period of the Dafeng dynasty. He compiled what he had seen and heard about the Great Zhou into a book. There is only one copy of this book in the world and it has never been printed. Only a few people have read it. So that's why. No wonder Huiqing had never heard of it. You must have heard of that great scholar. His deeds were recorded on a monument in the mountains. The great scholar Qi'an, who brought resentment to the people and destroyed the last fortune of the Great Zhou dynasty? He was a respectable scholar who would go down in history, unlike those 4 guys who always thought of taking crooked paths. May I ask if the 4 evil guys you mentioned are Zhixin, Li Mubai, Wei Gong, and Chen Tai? The remnants of the Great Zhou is in my hands. Men are really afraid of choosing the wrong career. My second uncle has ruined me. 000. The Confucianists' bragging skills are really enviable. Can I take it with me? Big Zhou style fan. No, M. What a straightforward rejection. Then I can only read quickly at a glance. Since the name of this book is The Lost Records of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the things recorded in it are actually a supplement to the official history. What is recorded in it may seem like unofficial history at first glance, but it is actually what happened. For example, Li Mu, a famous immortal official in the history of the Great Zhou Dynasty, was described in history books as a playboy with countless female confidants, but in fact, among his female confidants there was a fox demon, a member of the 9-tailed sky fox clan of the southern demon lineage. These are secrets that will not be recorded in official history. Just like the second sage who called a deer a horse in Yunlu Academy, this Li Mu was actually a Donghu Pen. During the long reign of the Great Zhou dynasty, there was a Wanhua Valley in the south. The exotic flowers in the valley were in full bloom all year round. According to legend, a beautiful and graceful flower god lived in the valley. The flower god is a fairy flower that was born with intelligence and transformed into a human form, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in one body. Anyone who can obtain the spiritual essence of the flower god can be reborn and live forever. After hearing the news, Emperor Longda sent people south to search for her. After 13 years, they finally found the Valley of 10,000 Flowers and the beautiful flower god. The army surrounded the Valley of Flowers and forced the flower god to enter the palace. The flower god was unwilling and summoned thunder to destroy herself. Before her death, she cursed, the 3 great kings would die in 100 years. Move. Sure enough, 300 years later, the fate of the Great Zhou came to an end. At the end of the story, a poem was recorded. Pushed by others. World. Her birth shocked all the beauties, her grace enchanted all the sun. She was admired by all as the most beautiful woman in the country, her soul was bound to the world and attracted the emperor. Snap. Isn't this poem about the princess? Damn, the princess is the flower god from more than 900 years ago. The reincarnation of the flower god? It turns out that this poem was written about the flower god from 300 years ago. I always thought that it was because the poem was so widely circulated and famous that it attracted the attention of Emperor Yuan Jing, so she was sent to the palace. No wonder everyone says that the prince's spiritual essence is a good thing. It turns out there is such an illusion. It turns out that reading more is beneficial. Move. There is no doubt that he has been reborn, but immortality is not necessarily the case, otherwise how could Emperor Yuan Jing hand over the princess to Prince Xinbei? The fairy among flowers is worthy of being the most beautiful woman in Dafeng, with unparalleled charm. TSK, what a poor woman. This poem was written by the great scholar Qian. No. Oh, the great scholar Qian was just a recorder, then I have no doubts. Otherwise, how would the old monk who revealed the mystery of the princess' life experience know this poem? This would be a logical loophole. As expected of a student taught by the 3 of us, he killed 2 thieves at Kaishiko and saved the situation with his own strength. Call. It's a touching story. But when did Ning Yan become the dean's disciple? Ning Yan, has the dean ever asked you to write a poem? How could I be the same as you? A scholar's 3 immortalities are to establish virtue, make achievements, and speak well, which is the right way. Putting one's hopes on poetry is an unorthodox approach. 3,000 roads lead to the same destination, and poetry is also a cultural treasure. In my opinion, the dean is too obsessed. I'm too lazy to argue with you. You haven't written poetry for a long time. With such a big event happening recently, do you feel excited and inspired to write poetry? A few teachers can help you polish it. G.A. Yunlu Academy not only helped me protect my family, but the dean also directly held a carving knife and threatened Emperor Yuan Jing in the court. Although this is in line with Confucianism and not simply a favor, I will remember this favor. Well, I might as well copy a poem for them instead of taking advantage of them for free all night long. I did think of a poem. Pacing back and forth. Rustle. Rustle. Sand. Yes. Is it related to bamboo? Dean seems to like bamboo very much. Yes. Hold on to the green mountains and never let go. In this sentence, the word is the essence. Just one word can highlight the vigor and strength of bamboo. The roots are originally in the broken rock. This supplements the previous sentence and also reflects the perseverance of bamboo in harsh environments. No matter how many blows you make, you will still be strong, no matter which direction the wind blows. The last 2 sentences describe the bamboo's attitude towards external pressure. Even after going through countless hardships, it remains unyielding. Among plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, I only love bamboo, otherwise, I would not build my home in a bamboo forest. I have written poems about bamboo before, but compared to Ningyan's poem, I have to admit that mine is inferior. One poem and 2 couplets almost describe the tenacious character of bamboo from the inside out. As expected of the Dafeng poetry champion. Although this poem lacks some artistic conception and rhetoric, it is a rare poem about bamboo. Stupid, this poem sings the tenacity, stubbornness, and simplicity of bamboo, but the gorgeous words make it look inferior. At first glance, it seems to be a poem about bamboo, but in fact it uses bamboo to describe people. How wonderful! Does this poem have a name? It has not been named yet, so it needs to be polished by teachers. Ahem. B. Let me name this poem. Didn't you say you don't like Su Ningyan's poems? Why are you looking at me? Isn't this poem written by Su Ningyan using bamboo to describe me? I have been sticking to Yunlu Academy for decades, just like this bamboo, clinging to the green mountains and not letting go, no matter which direction the wind blows. Stay 300 miles away and don't disturb me from writing poetry. Call out. What a good poem! It makes the old lady's life complete. Well, Ningyan, this poem was written by you, but I, your teacher, was there to give you some guidance and polish it, right? Dean, stop. Flash. Call out. Exit 500 miles. Flash. Shameless old thief, we are not sworn enemies with you. It seems that you haven't exercised for a long time. Come on, let me help you. We are not afraid of threats. So what if we are only a third-rank official? We are not afraid of you when we join forces. Clank clank. Pung. Dong dong dong. Oh, it's not that I look down on you, even if there are 10 of you, I can easily suppress them. Why did the dean and the great scholars fight? What's going on? Why are you making such a fuss? Please don't let it bring harm to us. It was quite common for 3 great scholars to fight, but why did the dean also start fighting? It is not common for 3 great scholars to fight. Ha ha. The previous few times were all because of competition for Su Shirkuei's poems. Rumble. 3-3. Don't worry about it. It must be that the eldest brother has written a poem again, and the 3 great scholars have started fighting. This doesn't sound like something a 4th-rank master could make. Lingyin has a stray talent. She cannot learn anything she doesn't want to learn, no matter how much she is taught. So don't think you are special and think you can teach her enlightenment. The implication is, don't bring shame upon yourselves. That won't work. Before I stayed at Su's house, I promised Mrs. Su that I would help teach Lingyin. Later I was delayed due to some things. Now that everything is done, it's a good time to fulfill my promise. I have seen many smart people, so it is also a pleasure to meet a dull one occasionally. Soon, when Su Qian and Zhonli returned to the courtyard. I just went out. You two seem to have encountered some unhappy things? Hero Chu and Taoist Priestley insisted on teaching Lingyin how to read and do arithmetic. I reminded you. Comic. After lunch, Su Qian brought his family back to the Su mansion. Uncle Su hired 3 carriages and went to the outer city to call back the servants. Su mansion. Tasty. So delicious. Of course, I brought the best pastries from Guiyue Tower. Talk about scriptures and Taoism. Phew. With the current combat power of the Su mansion, even if Emperor Yuan Jing wanted to retaliate, unless he sent a large army to besiege it, he would not be afraid of assassination. When Taoist Jinlian's lotus seeds are ripe, we will have to leave the capital, and then we will let Wei Qianhuan and Kai Wei take care of the house. The supervisor promised me that he would protect the Su family. He also didn't want to force me to rush into the palace and kill Emperor Yuan Jing with my own hands. Just sit here and don't move. I'm going into the house to meet a distinguished guest. Come down after she leaves. This talisman sword was given to me by Luo Yuheng and Chu Yuanjin when we were traveling north. I still don't know whether my kind aunt gave me this thing with the intention of making friends, or whether Taoist Master Jinlian asked for it for me. Before returning to Zu's house, I used the fragments of the Earth Book to contact Taoist Master Jinlian and confirmed that Luo Yuheng was half my own person and could be trusted appropriately. Taoist Master Jinlian also said that the talisman sword could be used as a message delivery tool, allowing me to contact Luo Yuheng without having to go to the Imperial City in person. Imperial Master, I am Su Qian. Nepal. I am Su Qian. It's better to clarify the matter of the soul pill, otherwise it will always feel like a thorn in my throat. In addition, it was also a reminder to Luo Yuheng to be on guard against any trouble caused by Emperor Yuanjing. National Preceptor. By the way, you can also brush up the favorability of the stunning beauty. I will try to make Luo Yuheng a big boss that I can rely on. Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. I called the national teacher many times. No response. It seems that the Imperial Master doesn't want to pay attention to me. As expected, my identity and status are too low after all. In the eyes of a woman of noble status and powerful cultivation like Luo Yuheng, I am still far from being. Actually came? Wheel. 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 Boom. Woohoo. Why is there someone on your roof? I came too quickly and didn't notice. No, it's not that you didn't notice her, it's fate that made you intentionally ignore her. Poor Sister Joan. Back to topic. Karam. What do you want from me? The Imperial Master actually came to visit us, and in person? Taoist Master Jinlian is so honored. I have seen the Imperial Master. The one I saw at Lingbao Temple is 0, but it is still a body of flesh and blood. Her whole body exudes a holy glow. If I had to describe it, it would probably be best described as skin as white as ice and bones as fine as jade. This is Huaishan. Huaishan, the third rank Huaishan of Taoism. The Huaishan that is said to be fearless of wind and thunder and roams the vast universe? What are you calling me for? Frown lightly. There is something I want to tell the Imperial Master. During the Chuzhou massacre, Emperor Yuanjing and Prince Hui conspired together, one to refine blood pills and the other to refine soul pills. Prince Hui refined the blood pill in order to achieve the third level of perfection, and then devour the prince's spiritual essence. What I want to know is, what is the purpose of Emperor Yuanjing refining the soul pill? Yuanjing practiced Taoism for 20 years and barely reached the 6th level of Ancient Realm, but it was still a long way to go before he could form the elixir. After 20 years of cultivation, he is still a 6th grade cultivator. I don't know how to complain about this. With the resources of the entire country, even a pig should be able to form a pill. Could it be a disguise? Is Emperor Yuanjing's talent for cultivation equal to Su Lingdian's talent for studying? Such questioning is disrespectful to a Taoist third-rank expert. Master, I was wrong. Yuanjing's soul is naturally weak, which is why he has poor aptitude for practicing Taoism. Taoist Master Lian said that soul pills can strengthen the soul. Could it be that Emperor Yuanjing wanted to make up for his congenital defects? But there are many ways to strengthen the soul, such as meditation and eating food, and it is not necessary to refine soul pills. In other words, the soul pill has another function. From a psychological point of view, only madmen are reckless, but Emperor Yuanjing is not a madman. On the contrary, he is a king with deep scheming. Before he does something, he will definitely weigh the consequences, and he will only do it if the benefits are substantial enough. If the soul pill only stabilizes the foundation of the 6th rank, he is unlikely to take the initiative to plan a massacre of the city. The cost is too high. At most, he will acquiesce to King Hui. What do you think? See, lacking clues, I have no way of guessing. I will try to investigate this matter. As for the National Master, just do it in your heart. I believe that with the wisdom of a second-rank expert, he doesn't need to give too many explanations and instructions, just a reminder is enough. Was the princess really abducted by the barbarians and there has been no news since? Yes, it's a pity for the most beautiful woman in Dafeng. The Prince of Huai is dead, and the princess is probably also. I heard from Jinlian that you once discovered the ancient sex technique in the underground palace tomb outside Yangzhou City? Why do you ask? Is there any thorough understanding? Yes. I have never practiced it before. I heard from Taoist master Jinlian that this technique needs to be practiced by a man and a woman who are proficient in the art of sex. It is not something that can be practiced together with one woman. Even though I'm an experienced person, it's still a bit awkward to talk about such private matters with a stunning beauty. Mega. Nod. Did you see a hint of satisfaction in her eyes? The Chuzhou massacre has come to an end for the time being. Yuan Jing now wishes that this matter would be over immediately and will never retaliate against you in the short term. As for the follow-up, you should be more cautious. Once you find signs of revenge from him, immediately ask your family to resign and wait for reinstatement later. This is the price of offending an emperor. Nod. The mastermind behind the scenes shows no signs of taking action for the time being, which is a long-term threat, while Emperor Yuan Jing is an immediate worry. I must improve my cultivation as quickly as possible so that I can protect myself. Move. Keep this talisman sword. In times of crisis, use your qi to activate it. Just count it as one of my attacks. If you need to contact, just inject your divine thoughts into it. Swish. Short-term goal, promotion to 5th rank. Then I looked up Emperor Yuan Jing. Hey, I never thought that the day would come when I would have to look up the emperor. Zhongli. I'm here. I hope you didn't get hurt. Well, given Brother Chu's experience in dealing with the world, and knowing that Earl does not want to reveal his identity, he would not rashly mention the fragments of the Book of the Earth. Earl was able to chat with Chu Yuanjin for such a long time. He is worthy of being the champion of the spring examination and a second-class Jinshi. His level is quite good. I have to go out for a while. If you have nothing to do, can you accompany me? If you have something to say, just tell me. Don't disturb me while I am practicing. Your tone is a bit aggressive, please don't take your out on me, squeak. I became interested when you said that. I know of a private residence of Duke Chao, which contains some incredible things. Let's go explore it together? Tug. Okay. Chao Guogon's private residence. Such a private residence, not far from the imperial city, in a good and quiet location, would cost at least 8,000 taels of silver. Chao Mansion. Duke Chao had more than a dozen private residences like this, which he used to keep his mistresses and concubines. This is simply hateful and deserves death. Snort. Sorry, soon, I will also become a man who buys a private house and keeps a mistress. There was no one ambushing around, and Duke Chao's private residence was indeed well hidden. Landing. Turn around. Lad ah. You're welcome. Practice makes perfect. Warlock rank 5, Prophet. I don't know how many talented people have been killed by this. This courtyard has not been inhabited for a long time, but it does not look dilapidated. I guess Duke Chao has people come to maintain and clean it regularly. After crossing the yard and entering the inner hall, the three of them explored around and found that this was a normal house, idle and without any valuable items. There should be a darkroom. It's not a darkroom, it's a cellar. Move. The structure of the house and the size of the interior are not large enough to hide a secret room. I see. See. Listen. Come with me. Push. Boom. Clatter. 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 Brush. 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 Every item here is very valuable. If we exchange them for silver, we can save many homeless and hungry refugees. Ear. Is this what I brought you here for? Believe it or not, I will kill you to silence you. That's true, but we should do charity within our means. Only a fool would spend all his money on charity. Are you sure you are TSHW Qingli Miaozhen? Cough. Isn't this ill-gotten gains? ING. When the time comes, they'll give you 30 of the money to do good things. These things are either obtained through corruption or bribery, or through other shady channels. This is the mermaid pearl that is abundant in the South Sea Kingdom. Very precious, a tribute. As a disciple of the Imperial Observatory, Zhong Li's knowledge of luxury goods far exceeds that of Su Baipio and the Holy Maiden of Tianzong. Move. Stealing tribute? No wonder Duke Chao specially purchased a private house to house these things. Leave me here first. There is a box here. Put it in the box. However, items that are easily damaged, such as porcelain, are not suitable to be placed directly in the mirror. Nah. These secret letters were written down by Duke Chao, records of corruption and abuse of power. Some of them can even be traced back to more than 10 or 20 years ago, embezzling tribute, misappropriating disaster relief silver and grain, occupying military land, and those who colluded with them included civil officials, nobles, and royal family members. If these secret letters were exposed, it would definitely cause unrest in the court, and many people would be affected. These should be handed over to Wei Yuan, so that he can master these materials and increase Wei Yuan's political capital. No. Even if we want to give it to Duke Wei, there is no rush. And we can't give it all to Wei Yuan, we have to leave some for Earl, he also needs political capital. Leave the bottles and jars alone while I read these letters. In the 15th year of Yuan Jing, he had joined forces with WD, Yen Di, Prince Yu, and other relatives and nobles to eliminate Su H and completely purge the party. Su H was executed, the women in the mansion were sent to the Jiaoxi, and the men were exiled. He accepted bribes of 8,000 taels each from the Yin party and the W party. This name sounds familiar? Susu's father. Konavara Com. Susu's father was Su H, a Jincher in the 29th year of the reign of Jean d'Arc. In the 14th year of Yuan Jing, for unknown reasons, he was demoted back to Jizhou to serve as the prefect. He was executed the following year on charges of bribery and corruption. It turns out that Susu's father was killed by them. The Yen party, the W party, and the noble relatives such as Prince Yu. Problem with this letter. Could it be that there was some reason that made Duke Chao afraid and he did not mention the party? Completely purge. Who joins forces to eradicate? Su. Prince Jean and other relatives. Already with the royal party. Yuan Jing 15 years. Party Government Party. Su H Wenjian. Fu Zhong. Female entry. Except Yen Party. Royal Party each. Male exile. You see, why is there a blank before party? What party are we going to completely purge? If this is the reason, he could have simply not written it, or used a code instead. Host. Party. It looks more like words were written here, but were erased by some force, leaving a blank space. What do you think? What can I think? This little information is not enough for me to form a hypothesis. Well, didn't you say that Susu's father's files couldn't be found in Jizhou? Then let's find a chance to check in the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice, or the Dali Temple. Wait until we find more clues. Cover. M. But one thing is certain, Susu's father's death was not simple. This is by no means normal corruption and bribery. It involves party struggles and probably involves quite a few people. I feel that if we follow this line, we might be able to dig out a lot of things. Then Su Qi'an put the porcelain into the box, and then put the fragments of the earth book into the box. Afterwards, all the valuables in the private house were cleared out. Of course, Su Qi'an did not forget to take the land deed and the house deed away. He planned to sell the house and then buy a small courtyard near the Su mansion and keep Munanji there. Su mansion. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Wrong use of force. Try harder. Susu, come down. I have something to tell you. Great. I want to learn this too. You can't, you're too fat. Susu, we found some clues about your father's execution. Did you find it? The Su family's case is unusual. COA. GA. Take a look first. Tears are a strong emotional color, but Susu's tears are not real. How can a ghost cry? Yes, she even cries for her family. This is unreasonable. How did my father end up with so many enemies? Pat. One of the purposes of our coming to Beijing is to investigate your family's case. Don't worry, I will investigate the case for you. Lamb. Then I'll have to trouble Lady Qi'an, and he'll wait for your good news. Of course, I was just saying that casually to encourage Susu. How can I do this alone? Su Qianan must take the lead. This person just can't stand me being in the spotlight. Please give me silver. Mr. Su. I promised you this. Dal. Dal, the government officials are here. Dan. Su Qianan, I am here at the order of His Majesty to inquire about the kidnapping of the princess. Give it to me immediately. Damn it. 4th grade. 4th grade. Cough, cough, cough. Please cooperate. C.M. Company Brothers. Emperor Yuan Jing is very concerned about the princess. Even at this sensitive moment, he still sent people to investigate me. We must deal with it properly, otherwise, it is very likely to break the current peace. If Emperor Yuan Jing knew that I was secretly hiding the princess, he would definitely not let it go. This is not a place to talk, General, please come in and have a chat. What does the General want to ask? Your Majesty has heard from the delegation about the kidnapping of the princess. But there are still some details unknown, please tell me the truth, Mr. Su. Move. According to the maid who was sent back to the Hui Palace, after the princess was captured, Master Su caught up with the 4 leaders of the barbarians. Is this possible? Yes. What happened next? Of course, I ran away later. Did the general think that I, a 6th-rank warrior, could fight against 4 4th-rank warriors? Even if I had the magic book given by Confucianism, I couldn't do it, right? Since he knew he was no match for him, why did Lord Su chase after him? I didn't know at that time that there was a 4th-rank expert waiting for me. See, the reason I chased him was just to fulfill my duty as a subject. See if there is a chance to rescue the princess, and when you see that it is impossible, you will naturally give up. Do your duty as a subject? The whole court is yours. The most unworthy of a human being. It seems that no one ever told you that the princess was still alive? According to the maid's description, the princess had died at the hands of the snake demon Han Ling. How did Lord Su know that the princess was still alive? It seems that no one has ever told you, I don't know that she is a fake princess? At that time, Xu Shilong abandoned the diplomatic corps and fled alone. Not only did he carry the princess on his back, he also asked his guards to carry the maidservants to escape together. Xu Shilong is not a kind person. If I still can't tell that the real princess is hiding among the maids, then my title of Dafeng's #1 detective is just for nothing. Lamb. Come. Commander, the inspection of Su Mansion has been completed. Nothing unusual. Farewell. Sooth. Clothes with wrinkles look unpresentable. A mania. You have to remember to take care of these little things yourself. Ning Yen, you should leave Beijing as soon as possible. His Majesty will not let you go. Once you leave the capital, don't come back. We brothers may never see each other again. But it's good, it's better than dying. I won't leave just yet. Come to the brothel to listen to music when you have time, it'll treat you. Palpitations. 9. How is your cultivation? What I need is a good fight. Maybe I can make a breakthrough and be promoted to the 5th rank. 9. Very good, a 5th rank warrior is truly an expert in martial arts and is not afraid of group attacks. Taoist priest, let's not talk about this for now. Lian is in collusion with Emperor Yuan Jing. If he knows that I am the holder of the Earth Book fragment, Emperor Yuan Jing will also know. If the two of them join forces later, I will be in trouble. How can I temporarily cancel the relationship of recognition of the fragments of the Earth Book? If Lian didn't know that I was the holder of the Earth Book fragment, then the hatred value would not be too high. The most important thing is that on that day in Chuzhou City, Lian knew that the mysterious strong man was the holder of the fragment of the Earth Book. So if I participated in the battle to protect the lotus seeds, there were only 2 ways to go. C. Conceal everything about Su Qi'an. Second, terminate the ownership relationship between the fragments of the Book of Earth. X. This method has great disadvantages. You cannot use the black gold sword, you cannot perform the heaven and earth slash, and you cannot perform the Vajra magic. Shen Shu has fallen into a deep sleep and cannot use his full abilities. How can he protect the lotus seeds? In this case, the reason why Su Qian appeared in Zhenzhou was because he was invited by Li Miaozhen and Chu Yuanzhen. It is not the identity of the holder of the fragment of the Book of Earth. M. 9. When you come to Zhenzhou, I will help you to cancel the master relationship. The secret method of the Earth Book cannot be passed on to outsiders. I hope you understand. Of course, if you are willing to take me as your master, this is not a problem. Why does everyone want to be my master? Why don't you say hello to the 4 teachers at Yunlu Academy first and see if they agree? On duty at the Yamen. The next day, the night watchman went to the Yamen. Nod in greeting. No one else. Go inside. M. Lord Wei, Taoist Jinlian of Dizong asked me to tell you something. The 9-colored lotus is about to mature, I hope you can help. He would give 2 lotus seeds as reward. Su Qian did not explain what the 9-colored lotus was, because with Wei Yuan's knowledge, it was impossible for him not to know about the 9-colored lotus. Wei Yuan is one of the most knowledgeable people Su Qian has ever seen. Even the female academic master Huai Qing is far inferior to him. 1 pill is enough. I will ask Shenro to help, but there will only be him, no other night watchman. Where is the location? Zhenzhou. He'll come back and get you a copy of Wulin Alliance's information. The 9-colored lotus has matured. As the local boss, Zhenzhou Wulin Alliance will not ignore it and may even fight for it. I seem to have some impression, but I couldn't remember it for a moment. One more thing, Lord Wei, have you ever heard of a man named Su H? What do you ask this person for? Come. He was a Jinsher in the 29th year of Zendark. In the 14th year of Yuanjing, he was demoted to Jizhou as the prefect. The following year he was executed for corruption and bribery. He is the father of a friend of mine, and I promised her that I would help him find out the truth behind his father's execution. What's the problem? I learned from secret channels that this person was defeated by the W Party, Duke Chao, and many noble relatives. Your information is wrong. I don't remember such a character existing more than 20 years ago. Duke Wei actually didn't know. How could there be something in the court that he didn't know about? Sigh. I'll discuss this with Wei Yuan after I collect more clues and have more speculations. Mr. Wei, I want to go to the archives to check this person's information. Okay, I'll give you a copy of the handwritten letter. Nam. The 2nd day. Mr. Su, here is what you want. One is from Yuanjing 2014, and the other is from Yuanjing 2015. CHC. Files of the 14th year of Yuan Jing, Su H, the Grand Secretary of the Donka, accepted bribes and shielded his subordinates from embezzling disaster relief grain, causing countless victims to starve to death, and was demoted to Jizhou. Files of the 15th year of Yuan Jing, Su H, the Grand Secretary of the Donga, also accepted bribes. Someone brought him to the capital to accuse him of accepting bribes. After a thorough investigation, the court found the facts and executed him. Su H is actually Donga. So what was written in Chao Guogon's secret letter was Su Party. Sir, how long have you been an official in the court? 20 to 5. Clam. Then why don't you know Su H, the Grand Secretary of Donga? Yes, why don't I remember the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet? Why don't I have any impression of Su H? Maybe there are other inside stories. Never mind, just drink. Come. Soon, everyone was full of food and drink. Dali Temple Secretary and Constable Qi'an left the restaurant together. The Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice both had files, but the Night Watchman's office did not. Judging from the time, Duke Wei had not yet taken charge of the Night Watchman's office. He really began to take power after the Battle of Shanhaiguan. Su H died 23 years ago, and the Battle of Shanhaiguan took place 20 years ago. Su H was the Grand Secretary of the Donga, but the Dali Temple Secretary and Duke Wei did not remember him. Not only them, I asked Chao Guogon's spirit again, and he didn't remember Su H either. Thinking of the word that mysteriously disappeared in the secret letter. Shield the secret. M. Could this be related to the supervision? But I feel that this speculation lacks evidence, lacks corresponding logic. Ha! ZZZ. See. A quarter of an hour later. Oh, I fell asleep. Dali Temple Secretary and Constable Qi'an left? The Su H case is really troublesome. There is no clue at all. I should have not agreed to Su's request earlier, it's because she is so beautiful, otherwise I would not bother to think about it. Go home. What's the matter? Your Majesty, it's urgent. 9 colored lotus seeds, enlighten all things. Tug. Notify Wei Yuan. No. No thanks. Notify the spies of the Huai King to go to Jianzhou immediately to fight for the 9 colored lotus seeds. Can cooperate with D-Zone Taoist priests. Try to bring as many magical instruments as possible. Yes. Jianzhou is not located in the northwest of Dafeng, but borders Laizhou to the west and Jizhou to the north. At the same time, because there are 2 canal transportation routes through Jianzhou, it is very prosperous. However, what Jianzhou is most talked about is its unique regional culture, Wulin League. Throughout the dynasties, the attitude towards underworld organizations has been mainly to recruit or suppress them. The obedient ones will be recruited, while the disobedient ones will be suppressed or eliminated. Only in this way can the dynasty's rule be maintained and world peace be maintained. But there are always exceptions. The Wulin League in Jianzhou is a martial arts organization that can, to a certain extent, be fearless of the imperial court. Wulin. Jianzhou has had a profound martial arts culture since ancient times, with numerous GS, many of which are century-old brands that have stood the test of time. These GS are all under the jurisdiction of the Wulin Alliance. But these GS are not enough to support the current status of the Wulin Alliance. To trace their origins, we have to look in history books. During the last week of the Great Zhou dynasty, the people were living in misery, and heroes all over the world rose up in an attempt to overthrow the tyranny. Before Emperor Dafeng rose to power, he was just one of the countless rebels, gathering hundreds of soldiers and horses to capture a small county town. Lord, then recruit troops. Lamb. At that time, several rebel groups had already grown strong and possessed the powerful military force to establish their own regime. One of them came from Jianzhou. The leader of this Jianzhou rebel army was a third-rank warrior who rose to power during the war-torn era and fought everywhere without a single defeat. Later, the founding emperor of Dafeng rose to power and became one of the main forces in overthrowing the tyranny. When the Great Zhou dynasty fell, various righteous armies fought for supremacy in the Central Plains. The old court had been overthrown. In order to stop the bloodshed, the third-rank warrior from Jianzhou challenged the Emperor Gaozu of Dafeng. Using their respective armies as bargaining chips, a battle of righteousness between warriors ensues. Needless to say, the third-rank warrior from Jianzhou lost. According to the agreement, he handed over his army to Emperor Gaozu of Dafeng, took only his core subordinates, returned to Jianzhou, and established the Wulin Alliance. That third-rank warrior has been extinct for hundreds of years, but the Wulin Alliance has always claimed that he is still alive. This is the real confidence of the Wulin Alliance. It turns out that the predecessor of Wulin League was. According to the records in the files, the founder of the Wulin League, a third-rank master, was defeated by the Emperor Gaozu of Dafeng. But Gaozu had already passed away, so why was he still alive? It doesn't make sense that the stronger master died while the weaker one is still alive. Come, we are all warriors, all equally vulgar, how can you live for hundreds of years? Watch, the fastest and most stable, with the least ads. Wait, I overlooked a detail before. Emperor Wuzong usurped the throne on the pretext of purging the court of corrupt officials. He was a powerful warrior at the pinnacle of martial arts. But, he died 100 years later. Judging from the cases of Emperor Gaozu and Emperor Wuzong of Dafeng, it seems that warriors cannot live long? But if that's the case, how did that man from Jianzhou survive for hundreds of years? No, it's impossible. Is the Wulin Alliance bluffing and deceiving the world? If it is a lie, it can at most fool ordinary people, but it cannot fool the court. But the court acquiesced to the existence of the Wulin Alliance, which showed that it was wary. The former leader of the rebel army might still be alive. So, the problem lies with the Dafeng royal family? What is the reason that prevents the high-ranking warriors of the Dafeng royal family from achieving immortality? Sister Zhong, a question suddenly occurred to me. How did the founding emperor of Dafeng die? Slowly dying of old age. But, is the lifespan of a top martial artist the same as that of an ordinary person? Forget it. It's not urgent to get an answer anyway. I am not a warrior, I don't know. Blow out. Come and sleep together? I don't want to care about you. Jianzhou and MT. According to the records of the geography of 9 provinces, there was a mountain in Qi'an province, and in the mountain there was a beast with a human face and a beast body, 6 tails, and the ability to swallow the moon. It was called Xuanrong. Xuanrong Mountain is the headquarters of the Wulin Alliance. Cam. It is also a holy mountain in the eyes of martial artists. We're at the foot of the mountain. Let's get off the bus. Therefore, over the past 100 years, most of the top GS in Jianzhou have had some degree of in-law relationship with Manhwa Tower. Manhwa Tower is mainly populated by women, all of whom are beautiful and charming. Those with good qualifications will be kept as direct disciples, while those with poor qualifications will be married off. This time, Master brings you out to see the world. Remember not to show off. Just be a bystander. Wanhua Tower Ecstasy Han Rongrong. Master, I have reached the 6th level. The 6th rank is not good enough. In the following events, you must be at the 5th rank or above to participate. Those below the 5th rank are probably just pawns sent to their deaths. Ahoo! The 3 sects of Taoism are known as the great sects of immortals in the martial world and the most powerful forces in Jiuzhou. The heads of the 3 sects are such existence that even the imperial court has to be wary of them. You know Dizong, right? Alliance leader Chao came to ask for lotus root, but was refused, so he had a fight with the Taoist priest Dizong. Afterwards, the Wulin Alliance summoned all the major sects to encircle and suppress the group of Taoist priests. G.A. I heard from the poster that there is a group of Taoists in the Earth sect who cultivated a rare treasure called the 9-colored lotus in Jianzhou. Not long ago, the treasure matured and a rosy glow rose to the sky. What is Alliance leader Chao doing? Even if the Wulin Alliance is at its peak for 1,000 years, it can never afford to offend the Taoist D sect. Leader Chao is a man of great talent and vision. There must be a reason why he dared to do this, but we just don't know it. Silence. Wanhuolu. The original poster. The owner of Wanhua Tower, Ch Yong, has her face covered with a veil. She has a pair of foxy eyes and a curvy figure, and is known as the Oiran of Wanhua Tower. Her charm is obvious. Please move to the meeting room. Wulin League. Those who each carry a sword are disciples of Mogu. Master Lu and his master were also there. Kopen. The ones wearing green are from the Xinquan Ji. The people in this Ji have a very methodical way of punching, and recently they have recruited many female disciples with flamboyant personalities. Those wearing gold and red clothes are from the Qianji sect. He is good at using various hidden weapons and poisons, and his methods are treacherous and difficult to deal with. The men covered in black robes are from the Feidao sect. The flying knife is both a hidden weapon and not a hidden weapon. It is said that the leader of the Feidao sect can control 108 flying knives. There were as many as 18 underworld organizations present. Those who can respond to the call of the Wulin Alliance and come to join the alliance are all masters, and there are definitely no minions. It seems that the leader is determined to get the 9-colored lotus. After more than an hour, the meeting ended. They came out. Peep. Could the person sitting inside be Zero? Don't look around. Selm. Master, what's going on? The host just talked to me and several elders, and the matter has become clear. The D-Zone Taoist priests lurking in Jinzhou are traitors of the D-Zone. However, because he was afraid of the Wulin Alliance, he reached an agreement with Alliance leader Chao, and the two sides jointly encircled and suppressed the traitors of the D sect, and the reward was a lotus root. They stole the 9-colored lotus and hid under the protection of the Wulin Alliance to avoid being hunted down by the D-Zone. Not long ago, the Stre treasure matured, and a Stre phenomenon appeared. The leader of the Earth sect chased after him. Alliance leader Chao promised the host and his friends that when the 9-colored lotus is cultivated to maturity in the future, all participants will be able to get lotus seeds. Of course, lotus seeds mature once every 60 years, which is a long period of time, and Boss Chao also promised other benefits. You may not know that this lotus seed is a rare treasure that can enlighten all things. Even ordinary iron can give birth to a spirit. Enlighten all things anyone would desire and covet such a treasure. That's right, the Taoists who betrayed the sect are naturally nothing to worry about, they can be destroyed with a single move. What Alliance leader Chao really needs to guard against is if that's the case, why did Boss Chao summon us? With the power of the Qi'an Mountain Wulin Alliance and the alliance with the D sect, it should not be difficult to wipe out the rebellious Taoist priests. OAM. It should be that D-Zone did not keep his word. On the other side, Mo guess resting place. Are lotus seeds really so magical? Naturally, the most magical treasure of the Taoist D-Zone cannot be exaggerated. If I could get a lotus seed, I would use it to enlighten this sword. I'm so envious. It will take 60 years for the lotus seeds to mature. Master, rest assured, I will take good care of them. In the future, it will be a peerless magic weapon that is passed down from generation to generation in our bloodline. I heard from the Pavilion Master that the Taoists who defected to the Earth sect are not very strong, but we must not take chances. You should not participate this time and just watch the battle from the sidelines. 10 days passed in a flash. Yes. During this period of time, many people from the martial arts world have come to Jinzhou. They gathered in inns, restaurants, and brothels, spreading the news that a rare treasure would be born in Jinzhou. The governor of Jinzhou realized the seriousness of the matter belatedly. What the government hates most is the gathering of martial artists, which can easily cause trouble. The garrison troops were immediately mobilized to strengthen defense and be on standby outside the city at all times. Then he sent people to gather intelligence, and he easily found out the place where the rare treasure was born, which was a mountain villa in the far suburbs of Jinzhou City. The Jinzhou government felt relieved. As long as the fighting did not occur in the city, they would not bother to care about the life and death of the people in the martial arts world. Golden Lotus Taoist leader. Just now, another group of Gsters got stuck in the maze and were knocked unconscious and tied up by the disciples. During this period of time, we have captured dozens of Gsters. These people are not guilty of capital crimes, and if we kill them, we will be killing innocent people. If we don't kill them, keeping them alive will also be a hinder. What should we do? D. Zongbilian. This is the rumor that Black Lotus deliberately spread. C. If other forces or organizations encountered this situation, they would not hesitate to kill the chicken to scare the monkey and deter the villains. But we cannot do this. The purpose of the Earth sect is to cultivate merits and virtues. We cannot kill without reason, otherwise we will develop inner demons and fall into the path of evil. It was precisely because He Lian knew this that he spread the news and attracted many people from the martial arts world. Oh, no rush. Wait for a guy. If he came, 80 of the mob would retreat. Alas. I don't know which martial arts masters Taoist Master Jinlian has chosen as the holders of the fragments of the Earth Book. It is said that they are all rising stars with great fortune. In the future, they will be the important support for the Golden Lotus Taoist Master to eradicate evil thoughts. Otherwise, I don't think these young men can resist the several Lotus Taoist priests who have been possessed by demons from the Earth sect, the Black Lotus Taoist leader, and the people from the Wulin Alliance. But the problem is, these young people are all rising stars. No matter how strong they are, how strong can they be? Unless everyone is of the 4th rank. Copa. Taoist leader Jinlian seemed very confident in the Dishu Tiandihui he founded. There are countless young talents in all parts of Kyushu, like a swarm of carp swimming in the river. I really can't guess who the young man that Jinlian Taoist master is looking for is. Juanrong Mountain and Wulin League Yard Back Hill. Wulin Alliance leader, Chao Qingyi. There has always been a rumor about this leader that people in Jinzhou are fond of talking about. He is over 40 years old, with regular features, sharp eyes, and a face that perfectly fits the word normal. It is said that the former leader was obsessed with physiognomy. Once, by chance, he met Chao Qingyi, who was then a minion of the Wulin Alliance. He then accepted him as his disciple, taught him martial arts, and passed on the position of leader of the Wulin Alliance to him. The former leader was overjoyed and said frankly that this boy had an extraordinary appearance, one that was one in a million. The sky is round and the earth is square, the earth is generous and holds all things in its arms. People with the Ho-Tu aspect have flawless virtues and can lead a group of people. Regardless of whether physiognomy makes sense or not, the former leader did have a good eye. And, in terms of martial arts attainments, Chao Qingyi is the best martial artist in Jianzhou and the top of the martial arts rankings. Swish swish. Buzz. That's Quaron. My dear ancestor, I will get you the 9-colored lotus roots to help you break through the barrier. Since the Battle of Shanhaiguan 20 years ago, Dafeng's national strength has gradually weakened, and the court's control over the states has declined sharply. Disasters continue to strike various states, and his disciples had a premonition that chaos was about to occur. The emperor of Dafeng is still practicing Taoism? Yes. Snort. Recently, a message came back from the capital that the king of Jinbei, who guarded the border, in order to break through the second level of perfection, slaughtered 380,000 people in Chuzhou City and was beheaded by a mysterious strong man in Chuzhou City. He immediately gave a brief recitation of the news. Well done. Afterwards, in order to cover up his crime, Emperor Yuan Jing killed the governor of Chuzhou who came to Beijing to seek justice, and protected the Duke of Hugua, one of the main culprits. The officials in the court don't care? The supervisors don't care? Yes. Rumble. Calm. Boom. Please calm down, there is still a future for this matter. Gradually calm down. Later, a silver gong broke into the palace, captured the Duke of protecting the country, denounced the crimes of the emperor and the king of Jinbei, and beheaded the 2 dukes involved in the case at Kaishiku. Well. Since ancient times, the common man is the most hateful, and since ancient times, the common man is the most guiltless. Ancestor, the silver gong is not dead. Oh? This man's name is Su Qi'an, he is a night watchman, and he rose to prominence during the imperial examination last year. If you want to hear more, I can tell you about it. Please don't find me annoying. I have been complacent for hundreds of years, and I don't know the outside world or the rivers and lakes of the world. Apart from listening to your nagging from time to time, the rest of the time, I am very bored. In recent years, the most interesting person in Jihu is the female hero Qi'an, and the most amazing person in the court is the silver gong named Su Qi'an. Now, let me tell you about the events that happened during the Beijing inspection period and how Su Qi'an rose to prominence. The Wulin alliance is able to dominate the Jihu and Jianzhou, making the government wary and the court tacitly approve of it, so it must have its own unique features. What made Chao Qingyi most proud was not the masters in the alliance, nor the 8,000 heavy cavalry, but the intelligence system he built. In Chao Qingyi's opinion, the intelligence system composed of peddlers, wanderers and knights-errant was not as good as Wei Qingji's night watchmen and secret agents, but it was better in terms of basic information intelligence. The old man in Sherman listened patiently, and was actually very interested in the story of a small figure's promotion. Interesting. If this child had not died young, Dafeng would have had another top martial artist. Nod. Rumor has it that this boy's talent is as good as that of the king of Zhenbei. Compared to the king of Zhenbei, I would rather see a warrior like the boy named Su. A warrior breaks the law with force. The more lawless he is, the purer his thoughts are, because a warrior cultivates himself. The king of Zhenbei was a pure warrior, so he could reach that height, but it was also because of this that he committed the atrocities of massacring the city. Therefore, since ancient times, the common man has been the most hateful. The kid named Su is also lawless, but he only wants to do things with a clear conscience. So he would kill his superior with a knife for an unrelated girl, and he would fight against many rebels alone for the sake of passion. More than 200 rebels were killed. You just said he fought against 10,000 rebels alone. Some said it was 8,000, some said it was 5,000, and some said it was 10,000 or 20,000. There were so many rumors that I got them mixed up. Including this time's Chuzhou massacre, everyone was afraid of the imperial power and dared not speak out, but he dared to stand up and be furious. Therefore, since ancient times, he has been the most innocent man. Remember the teachings of our ancestors. The 9-colored lotus of the Earth sect is in Jianzhou and will mature in a few days. I want to grab the lotus root and help my ancestor break through the barrier. But, it is hard to believe that the leader of the Earth sect has fallen into the evil way. My disciple has one foot in the 3rd rank, but the other foot cannot move forward. I am afraid that I am unable to fight against the leader of the Earth sect. Please help me, ancestor. There are 3 sects in Taoism: heaven, earth, and man. All the Taoist leaders in history were of the 2nd rank. How can I help you? Ancestor, what came was just an avatar, at most a 3rd grade one. CM, Com. Su Mansion. I haven't visited Fuxi for a long time, I missed her so much. Woo. Get up. Brush. The truly top-level magical weapon is not the formation imprinted on it, but the spirit of the weapon. Stare. If you have something to say, just say it. Just give me a look and I will understand. On. Oh. The knife your teacher gave you has the appearance of a peerless magical weapon, but it lacks the corresponding spirit. Then? Vomit. You must get the lotus seeds, which can enlighten weapons and give your sword a weapon spirit. A weapon with a weapon spirit will become a real killer. The most advanced magic weapons in Jiuzhou, such as the Jinghua sword in the Earth Book, all possess weapon spirits. In other words, the birth of weapon spirits is the basis for entering the ranks of the most advanced magic weapons in Jiuzhou. If the sword given to you by the supervisor teacher can possess a weapon spirit, the body of a high-level warrior will no longer be so invincible. Yes, why didn't I think of it before? Lotus seeds can enlighten everything, and naturally they can also enlighten my sword. If the black gold sword gave birth to a weapon spirit, combined with my heaven and earth slash, it would not only be invincible in the same level, it would be very likely to kill the enemy across a realm. When I am truly promoted to the 5th rank, maybe I can fight against 4th rank warriors. Well, even if I can't beat the peak 4th rank warriors, it's not difficult to beat ordinary 4th rank warriors. By analogy, if one is promoted to the 4th rank, then does that mean that one's attack and killing skills are among the best in the same rank? What I lack most now is real combat power, and weapons are also a kind of combat power. After the spirit of the weapon is born, the knife is no longer a dead object. If you nurture it day by day, it will recognize its master and no one else can use it. You have the fragment of the Book of the Earth, you should understand. Palpitations. Everyone, please set off to Jinzhou immediately, the situation is not good. What does the situation not good mean? Taoist priest, what happened in Jinzhou? It's hard to explain right now. There are too many enemies this time. The situation is not good. You'd better come here immediately for a face-to-face meeting. Are there too many enemies this time? With Zhong Li's words, I was determined to get the lotus seeds, because it would allow me to possess a peerless magic weapon instead of just having a concubine to fuck. I have to leave immediately. Well, it'll take you back to the Qi'an first. I sent her back to the Imperial Observatory. See Tianjin. Why Qianhuan is a 4th rank sorcerer, his attack and killing skills are not as good as those of a warrior. But he is very good at using formations, and he also has magic weapons. Senior sister Zhong, senior brother Y is downstairs, right? Senior brother Y? Senior brother Y? It's so noisy, why are you calling me? I am going there to stand alone against 10,000 men. I want to ask my brother for help. If you don't help, get out. I am going there to kill all the villains and shock the world. I am going to Jinzhou, the holy land of martial arts, just to say one thing to the martial arts world in Jinzhou: everyone here is garbage. Walk. Jinzhou Yueji Villa. Ever since the news of the 9-colored lotus spread, the Earth Sect's demonic sect and the Jihas independent cultivators have been attacking Clan Villa in an attempt to seize the lotus seeds, clearing away obstacles and rearing the formation. After escaping from the D-Zone, this group of D-Zone disciples who remained rational and did not fall into the evil path changed their name to Tian Di Hui. Yes. In the attack by the disciples of the Earth Sect. Unfortunately, one Tiandihui disciple was hit by artillery fire and his body was never found. 2 Tiandihui disciples were seriously injured. And most importantly, a corner of the formation set up by the Golden Lotus Taoist master in the villa was torn apart. They were no longer able to stop the surging enemies, including those weak but numerous people from the underworld. The independent cultivators in the Jihu have always been a troublesome group. They are numerous, their methods are treacherous and despicable, and they are willing to sacrifice their lives to obtain resources. After all, if you don't have a backer and want to get promoted, you can't miss any opportunity. G.A. Uncle Balian. Junior brother Lingzhen. After the leader of the D-Zone sect was possessed by the devil, most of the disciples also fell into the devil's way and became demons. Now they have only 36 conscious disciples, and losing one more would be a huge loss. Now, there are only 34 orthodox disciples left in the Earth sect. Wu-ah. He will accompany us in another form. Uncle Bai Lian, didn't you say that Taoist Jean Lian invited the holders of the Earth Book fragments to come and help? Where are they? Why haven't they arrived yet? Uncle Bai Lian has emphasized to us more than once that the holders of the fragments of the Earth Book are all gifted children with extraordinary abilities. They will definitely be able to help us protect the lotus seeds and survive this disaster. It will come, it will come. Bai Lian seemed to be confident, but in fact she was not. The artillery bombardment not long ago was really beyond her expectations. According to the armament of Taoist Master Jean Lian, the Yueji Villa as a whole is a formation. Each holder of a fragment of the Earth Book holds a position and, with the help of the power of the formation, can block external enemies and delay until the lotus seeds mature. Once the lotus seeds are ripe, Taoist Jinlian will be able to recover some of his combat power. Then they won't have to defend the villa anymore, they can fight while retreating, and finally evacuate successfully. What we need to do now is to repair the formation and plug this gap. Uncle Bai Lian, is it still useful to repair the formation? Even if we fix it, the next round of bombardment will easily destroy our achievements. We are not sorcerers from the Imperial Observatory, and we cannot draw a formation to resist artillery shells. Can't keep the lotus seeds. The demon who had fallen into the devil's way, the Wulin Alliance, and the imperial power that suddenly appeared. Why should we defend? Why? Don't worry, we still have the holders of the fragments of the Earth Book, we are not alone. In fact, there is no holder of the Earth Book fragment, right, Master? Ni Khan. If there really were reinforcements, if there really was someone holding the fragment of the Earth Book, why didn't you know about it? You didn't tell us because you were lying to us. It turns out that they thought so too. Even if there really is no holder of the Earth Book fragment, you can't fight? Our sect has done many good deeds and has been chivalrous and righteous, so none of our disciples have ever been afraid of death. Uncle Bai Lian. We are not afraid of death, we are afraid of useless sacrifice. If all the fellow disciples died in Yuezhi Villa, what good would it do even if the 9-colored lotus was saved? The incense would be cut off. Today, there are only 24 true followers of the Earth sect left. For the 9-colored lotus, all. Did Master Jinlian really think so? Master, let's withdraw. Can you go talk to Master Jinlian? Lamb. G. At the beginning, these children were full of vigor and vitality and were the future pillars of D-Zone. But ever since the leader of the sect was possessed by the devil, they have been hiding from place to place, watching their fellow disciples and teachers fall into the devil's way and turn their butcher knives against them. After many years, they have become frightened birds. Their will is slowly being worn away, and their courage is slowly being eroded. They really need a victory to restore their confidence and build their faith. Wow! Sword flying? Flying with a sword is a unique method of Taoism, and can be performed by the 3 sects of heaven, earth, and man. At this critical moment, a flying sword expert appeared, and it was more likely that he was a demon from the Earth sect. All alert! C3. It's the holder of the fragment of the Earth Book. Holder of Land Book. Clatter. Clatter. There really is someone who holds the fragments of the Earth Book. This is not Li Miaozhen, the saintess of Tianzong. Li Miaozhen is its senior sister Miaozhen? It's really senior sister Miaozhen. You are so popular. Great, senior sister Miaozhen is the holder of the Earth Book fragment of our Earth sect. The 3 sects of heaven, earth, and man each have their own philosophies, and the 2 sects of heaven and man are as hostile as fire and water. But it does not mean that they never contact each other again. Disciples of the 3 sects will occasionally visit each other. Although the Tianran and Ren sects often parted ways unhappily, the word Taoism allowed the 3 sects to maintain a subtle connection and not be completely severed. A while ago, the dispute between Li Miaozhen and Chu Yuanjun caused a lot of controversy. Yuezhi Villa was not isolated from the outside world, so the disciples of the Tiandihui naturally knew everything. Dear brothers and sisters, I am polite. She is from the Li Gu tribe in southern Xinji. Only 2 of you? If there are only 2 reinforcements, it is actually not of much use to the situation, even though Tianzong Saint Li Miaozhen has entered the 4th rank and is a rising star with great prospects. But the current situation is that we are surrounded by wolves and experts. They are almost there. Them? Great. This means there is more than 1 reinforcement. It is hard to tell how skilled the girl from southern Xinji is, but Li Miaozhen is well known, so I'm sure the others won't be any worse. Coming. Chu Yuanjun is a registered disciple of the human sect. His fellow disciples of the Earth sect must be familiar with him. Before the battle between heaven and man, Xu Yuanzhen's reputation was only known in the capital, but after his fight with Li Miaozhen, this registered disciple of the human sect quickly became famous. His previous deeds were also dug up. He was the top scholar in the 27th year of Yuan Jing, and resigned the following year to practice martial arts. After being silent for several years, he rose rapidly and was praised by Wei Yuan as the best swordsman in the capital. Xu Yuanzhen? The leader of the Jinlian sect actually brought the most outstanding disciples of the Tianren sect into the Tiandihui. Li Miaozhen will become a high-ranking official of Tianzong in the future. Could it be that Tianzong's intention was for her to join the Tiandihui? Tianzong also felt that the mass demon possession incident of Dizong had damaged the image of Taoism, and planned to take action? In the same way, does Luo Yuhong, the leader of the human sect, have the same idea? Our Tiandihui has encountered such a disaster. Thank you for coming from afar to help us. I will never forget it. Jam. The situation is very bad right now. There are more 4th-grade masters in the Wulin Alliance alone than we do, not to mention the possessed demons and a group of independent cultivators trying to take advantage of the situation. Just try your best, don't try to force yourself. If it really doesn't work, then just give up. There is another person who is stronger than both Miaozhen and I. The well-known figures in the underworld should give him some face. 0000000. She thinks that our fighting power is not enough to turn the tide. Although this may seem contemptuous, this intention comes from the heart. Maybe it's still on the way. Why hasn't he come yet? Who are they talking about? He is stronger than Li Miaozhen and Xu Yuanzhen, and can make the well-known figures in the underworld give him some face. What kind of big shot is that? Taoist priest Jinlian, long time no see. Why haven't you shed your habit yet? Ha hiss. Ha hiss. Taoist priest, you really act like a real person, huh? Ha hiss. Ha hiss. Ha hiss. Ha hiss. That's not Master Jinlian, it's an ordinary wildcat. Hey, is that so? Su Qi'an? The great silver gong Su Qi'an. Su Qi'an actually entered the Yuezhi Villa intelligence network after the Buddhist duel ended. The imperial court issued a report to the world, and then the disciple who was responsible for collecting intelligence outside sent back a detailed information about this person. He was imprisoned in a prison, but he solved the tax case by himself and saved his family. He was ordered to investigate the SPO case and uncovered the old murder case of Princess Pingy, which led to the fall of a large number of court officials. Afterwards, he went to Yunzhou to investigate the case. When the delegation was in trouble, he stepped forward and single-handedly resisted several rebels. After returning to Beijing, he first solved the case of concubine Fu in the palace, then defeated the Buddhist sect and won the Battle of Magic. He is a legendary man. A letter of apology was posted, and the whole Jianzhou martial arts world was shaken. About half a month ago, Jianzhou City. The man on the dragon throne had been in office for 37 years when he issued his first self-criticism edict, the content of which was shocking. Fen Ti. Taima. Nice. Log code. The disciples of Yuezhi Villa only then knew that such a big case had happened in the capital recently. Prince Huai massacred the city, the emperor protected them, and all the officials in the court were forced to protect themselves under the imperial power. No one stood up to redress the injustice of the 380,000 people. It was Su Qian who broke into the palace, captured the duke, wryly rebuked the court at Kaishiko, and slashed with a single sword, slashing out a bright future, but also cutting off his own future. His arrival is more inspiring than any lofty words. I really don't want the female disciples of the Earth sect to fall into Su Qian's trap. He is a lecher, not a good man. These cats were brought back by Taoist priest Jinlian and have been kept in the mountain villa for quite some time. Meow. Meow. He usually wanders around the villa, but he doesn't run away. It seems that he treats this place as his home. I really don't know why Taoist Master Jinlian fell in love with raising cats after going out. Or maybe one of them is Taoist priest Jinlian. Ahem. Meow. D. Mr. Su, please don't joke with me. How can I be a cat? Hiss, the Taoist priest's eyes are a bit scary. You used the Earth Book to notify us to come here, is it because of this situation? The emperor of your Dafeng was also very interested in the 9-colored lotus seeds. He not only sent a team of mysterious masters, but also brought magical weapons and artillery. See, the bombing in the morning destroyed the formation I had set up. I originally wanted you to cooperate with the formation to protect the villa and expand the advantage, so that you can win more with fewer troops. You call this a crude thing of formation? Whoever is speaking hides his head and shows his tail. If heaven had not given birth to me, why Qi'an, the Dafeng would have been in darkness forever. This person's clothes are flowing and he looks very elegant. Could he also be a master? This is why Qi'an, the famous sorcerer in the capital, Senior Y. Thank you, Senior Y, for coming to help. Did you meet Senior Brother Jinlian in the capital? The Taoist leader was able to connect with the Qi'an. You should know that the sorcerers of the Qi'an were the most arrogant system after Confucianism. Even if it is the Taoist sect, the sorcerers don't take it seriously. As expected of the Taoist leader, he has planned to this extent without anyone noticing. Who is Jinlian? Why should I know him? You don't know Brother Jinlian? So why did you come here this time? If it weren't for Su Qianan's request, I would not bother to get involved in such mundane matters. Enough is enough, Master Y's flavor is too strong. It turned out that he was invited by Master Su. On that day, he represented the Imperial Observatory to fight against Buddhism. It seems that he has some connection with the Imperial Observatory. Mr. Zu's reputation as a chivalrous man is well deserved. Heaven and earth will never forget his great kindness and generosity. Brother Y, please continue to maintain this level of style. Senior Y, why don't you show off your skills and help you plan villa repair and improve the formation? This is like putting me on a high pedestal and I can't get down. If I refuse, then the image of a great man that I created before will not only be completely destroyed but will definitely be greatly reduced. This is natural, we will not pry into the secrets of our predecessors. Everyone leave this place, do not come near. Come, he just doesn't want you to see his face while he's repairing the formation. Is this the 9-color lotus? So beautiful. It's indeed time to break the virginity. The artillery fire this morning was just a test, and they were also afraid of destroying the lotus seeds at this critical moment. The lotus seeds will be ripe by tomorrow evening. I estimate that today is the day when they will fall out and attack the villa. Let's talk about the enemy this time. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. There are 3 forces that covet the 9-colored lotus. The first is the Earth sect. I won't talk about the incarnation of Taoist Master Black Lotus. Apart from the Taoist Master, there are 9 elders in the Earth sect. They are red, or yellow, green, blue, purple, gold and white. This is Elder by Lian. Aman. I am Elder Jinlian. Among the remaining elders, Zilian died at the hands of Yen. Yen was at the peak of the 4th rank and was also a warrior, so it was not unfair for Zilian to lose to him. But Zilian's cultivation is the lowest among the elders, while the 3 elders red, or, and yellow are at the peak of the 4th rank. The green, blue and blue ones are a little bit worse, but still much stronger than the ordinary 4th grade. I am the bottom level 4th rank. Li Miaojin has only been in the 4th rank for 3 or 4 months, and her foundation is shallow, so she cannot compare with the experienced and top 4th rank masters. Tug. Red, or, yellow, green, blue, purple, gold, white Taoist priest Jinlian, you and Taoist priest Balian are at the bottom of the list. What's wrong with this girl? Why is she insulting someone in front of him? That's not what she meant, don't think too much about it. Ahem. The Wulin League summoned all the major GS under its command, including the G leaders. Axe. Most of them are of the 4th rank, with varying strengths. I have had too little contact with them, so I cannot make an accurate estimate. The one we should really be wary of is Wulin Alliance leader Chao Chingyi. This person is ranked 3rd on the martial arts list. Rumor has it that he has 1 foot on the threshold of the 3rd rank. He is one of the people with the greatest hope of becoming a 3rd rank official in the Dafeng martial arts world over the past few hundred years. What is his true combat power? 1 foot has stepped into the 3rd rank. This statement is too much. Even 2 Yans couldn't beat him. In other words, it would take 3 Yans to defeat him, or tie with him. When did my former direct boss become a unit of measurement for combat power? How many troops did the court send? It's not an army, but a group of mysterious masters. They are wrapped in black robes and wearing masks. More than 20 people, carrying artillery, were stationed in a small town more than 10 miles away. The king of Zenbai's secret agent? It's his. Kopolan. There are too many enemy experts. Not to mention other things, the number of 4th-grade warriors alone is enough to crush us. Taoist priest, this 9-colored lotus must be very important to you. You must preserve it even at the cost of a huge sacrifice. I remember Taoist master Jinlian said that the reason he fled to the capital with serious injuries that day was because he was beaten by the possessed Taoist leader when he was stealing the 9-colored lotus. The function and value of the 9-colored lotus are greater than I thought, otherwise Taoist Jinlian would not risk his life to go back and steal it. Although the 9-colored lotus is a rare treasure, if it were not for its extremely important role, facing such a situation surrounded by powerful enemies. Abandoning the lotus and preserving one's strength is the correct choice, but Taoist Jinlian only wants to fight them heathen. That's right, the 9-colored lotus is very important. It is one of the keys to my clearing the house and I cannot afford to lose it. Need more money. Taoist priest. A group of wandering cultivators are coming. Calm of the formation hadn't been repaired yet, and they were attacked. There were so many of them. I'm sorry to trouble you all with this matter. They are just some independent cultivators. It shouldn't be difficult to deal with them with the strength of the Tiandi Hui. Those wandering cultivators are the most troublesome. We don't want to commit more murders, but if we ignore them, we may be bitten back. They are numerous, and their methods are of both meat and vegetables, so they pose a great threat to ordinary disciples. But killing creatures is. Even if your life is threatened? The D-Zone cultivates merits and virtues, not the heart of Tao. What she meant was that having a clear conscience was not applicable to the Earth sect. As long as you have merit, as long as you kill people, your merit will be damaged. From this perspective, it is okay to kill the heinous criminals, because eliminating evil is promoting good. Let me help too. Amatba, I will also go and talk to them about Buddhist principles. In fact, Han Yuan is a martial monk. Theoretically, he is not subject to the precepts. He can eat meat, drink alcohol, kill animals, and have affairs with the courtesan. But Han Yuan is an outlier. He has always required himself to follow the rules of Zen meditation. It's not about asking you to beat those villains back, but to make them retreat when they see difficulty, and not cause trouble when the lotus seeds are ripe. In fact, Lian deliberately spread the news to attract these wandering knights, intending to use them as pawns and cannon fodder. Watch. The fastest and most stable. Minimal advertising. I understand what you mean. I have some reputation in the world and have many friends. Even those who don't know me are willing to give me some face. Just leave it to me. Mr. Su, please step back a little. I have something to tell you. Bite through. The fragments of the Earth Book are the most precious treasure of our Earth sect. Since you are unwilling to join our Earth sect, I can only follow the rule of the Tao is not passed on to non-humans. Avoid. Taoist priest, you don't have the internet spirit at all. What is the internet spirit? It's freeloading. No, it's sharing. 0 EM. Bite. Boom. Damn it. The magic weapon that recognizes the master is a part of the master. To sever it forcibly is like cutting off an arm. It is normal to feel pain. If you continue to carry it, the Black Lotus will still be able to sense it, so I will keep it for the time being and return it to you when things are over. See, Taoist priest, you must keep it well and return it to me later. It seems that you have a strong sense of belonging to the Tiandi Hui. No, it's because my wife Ben is in the fragments of the Earth Book. Outside Yueji Villa. Little Taoist priests, please get out of here immediately. We are here for treasures, not to hurt anyone's life. That's right, if you dare to block our way again, don't blame us for being rude. Bah, a bunch of shameless people, coveting the treasure of our Tiandihui, robbing it by force, dreaming. If you don't accept the toast, you will be punished. Ki. Bite. Kapuma. Move. Stretch out. Boom. With just flesh and blood, he was able to withstand such a powerful blow? It's going to happen. Jump away. Are all the men in the Central Plains weaklings? Why would you use such a light thing? Sobum. There is a saying among you people in the Central Plains. Southern Shinji Gu tribe. Power Gu tribe? Click. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Wow. Ah. B.O.M. Previously, all my attention was on Li Miaojin, Su Qian, and Chu Yuanjin, and I ignored this foreign girl. I thought she was just a bonus, but I didn't expect her to be so powerful. I'll hold her back. Lena, that's enough. Tread. You are Lady Qi'an? Qi'an Nuxia? Who is the leader? Nanhuai County, Jinzhou, Luhu. Is this girl really the Flying Swallow heroine? They are just a group of weak independent cultivators. I can handle them without Su Qian's intervention. Everyone, the 9-colored lotus seed is the most precious treasure of the Earth sect. Now it is surrounded by powerful enemies, and you are not strong enough to fight for it. If you rashly get involved, you will only end up dead. It would be better for you to give me some face and back off, and not get involved in this matter. The name of the Qi'an lady is well known. If I offend her, I might be wanted by those who have received her kindness just by saying something. Although the lotus seeds are tempting, what Lady Qi'an said makes sense. This time it was all about chance, and you can't force it. Miaojin would like to thank you all in advance. We will be friends when we meet in the future. If you need any help, just ask and Miaojin will do her best to help you. Lady Qi'an is so majestic. It's Mo Pavilion. It's Pavilion Master Y Xuexiue. 9 Curve Sword Technique, Red River Ink Pavilion? Nice to meet you. As the saying goes, money can move people's hearts, let alone a treasure like the 9-colored lotus. Isn't it unreasonable for Qi'an to use her power to suppress others? I have heard that Pavilion Master Y is upright and honest, and he is indeed a reasonable person, but his arguments are all twisted. The 9-colored lotus originally belonged to the Earth Clan, but you guys took it by force and yet you talk about it in such a high-sounding way. Oh, Lady Qi'an is the holy maiden of the Qi'an sect, so naturally she doesn't know the hardships of ordinary people like us. Why would you go to the martial arts world if you are afraid of death? My skills in this magic weapon were all earned with my life. That is, if you don't fight hard, how can you know who will win in the end? Lady Qi'an is the saint of the Qi'an sect. She has no shortage of techniques and famous teachers. How can she understand the helplessness of independent cultivators? Some people are stuck at one level and have not made any progress for decades. They want to seek guidance but cannot find a famous teacher. Some people lack a handy magic weapon, but they have been using ordinary iron for 10 years without risking their lives. How can they be promoted? How can they stand out? Y just thinks that you can defeat them, or even kill them, but you should not deprive them of the right to fight. Buzzing. Pavilion Master Y is here to stir up trouble on behalf of the Wulin Alliance. Grip. Remove. Scattered. Lady Qi'an is a disciple of Taoism, so her swordsmanship is still a little lacking. It would be fine for Li Miaozhen to shock ordinary Jihu cultivators, but the leader of the Mo Pavilion has a strong aura, and is a strong man even among the 4th grade cultivators. This is Chu Yuanzhen, the best swordsman in the capital. I have long heard of your name. I wonder if the pavilion master could give some face to the sect. As for Brother Chu, I have no achievements, so how can I save face? Why is just a warrior, and Runzong is a Taoist sect. What does it have to do with me, and with everyone present? Why is a swordsman, and the way of the sword lies in straightness? If you have anything to say, just say it in person. Taoism is far away from the worldly affairs, which makes people fear and disrespect it. The heroine Qi'an is chivalrous, but it is not enough to make us give up the opportunity in front of us, let alone Brother Chu. After saying so much, why not just say that no one's face is useful? Let's just see for ourselves. No, it's not that there aren't any, it's just that two isn't enough. Those who serve the country, those who serve the people, and those who are loved by the people are all among them. Interesting. I wonder if Pavilion Master Y will give Su some face. Gee. This person seems to have some. Su Qianan, why is he here? Su Qian? I have seen him in the capital, and my master also recognizes him. It is indeed Su Yin Luo. I never expected that I would see that legendary figure in person. He is indeed a man of great bearing and a rare talent. We met Su Yin Luo in Suzhou. We can show her off later. Correct your clothes. I am White Sueshua from Moj. I met Su Yin Luo. Y has known Su Yin Luo for a long time. Now that I see him in person, I am so excited. I am so excited. Pavilion Master Y is too polite. I, Su, do not deserve such a courtesy. We've been in spiritual communication for a long time. I always feel something is weird. I have also heard of your great name for a long time. In fact, I have never heard of it, but business people still praise each other. He is so strong. Pavilion Master Y, the face thing was just a joke. I have a deep friendship with the Saintess of Tianzong and Brother Chu. This time, I was invited by the two of them to come to Yuesher Villa to help protect the lotus seeds. I hope that Pavilion Master will show some mercy. Forget it. Since I know Su Yin Luo is guarding the lotus seeds, I will not interfere in this matter, otherwise I will lose my reputation in my later years. Thank you. Everyone. Meeting by chance is fate. I hope you can show me some mercy and we can become friends. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just let me know and Su Qianan will do his best. What is the most important thing for Exter? It is to give people face. What's more, for a person like Su Yin Luo, one good word from him is more effective than 10,000 words from an ordinary person. I quit. My mother loves to listen to other people's gossip. She heard about your deeds a while ago. After returning home, she kept praising Su Yin Luo, saying that you were an honest official. If you want her to know that I'm against you, they'll have to skin me alive. I quit too. Damn it, I don't want to be criticized by my fellow villagers. Su Yin Luo, a man's promise is worth 1,000 gold. If you say you won't participate, then don't participate. We can't write such words, but we recognize this truth. This is truly prestigious. People. No one is willing to go against a truly prestigious person. This reputation is something that even the officials in the government would be so envious that they would beat their chests and stamp their feet. I have been in the martial arts world for many years, and it is rare to see someone as fast as Su Qian. Sound transmission. Su Yin Luo. It should be said that it is unique. Mo Pavilion will not be involved in this matter, but Wuling League has many forces and many masters, and the Orthodox Taoist priests of Dizong are the same. Remember to act within your ability and don't try to be too aggressive. Sound transmission. I will come to watch the battle tomorrow and help you in times of crisis. The leader of Mo Pavilion is very chivalrous. No wonder Ji Luzhong and others often say that the world of martial arts is very interesting, 1,000 times more interesting than the officialdom. When I have time, I will go travel around the world. Thank you, sir. Afterwards, White Sueshue took the disciples of Mo Gu away. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your help. See? How old are you this year? Do you have a boyfriend? Can I add you on WeChat? The disciple's name is Chio Chani. Su. Master Su, you are also the holder of the Earth Book fragment, right? You, shock. Damn, girl, you are so vicious. You want me to die in public? Am not. Ah. Then you really came here because of the friendship between senior sister Miaojin and senior brother Chu. It is very important that everyone hopes that Suin Luo is a member of the Tiandihui, and does not help out of moral obligation or affection. I'm here to investigate a case. Investigate a case? What kind of case could our Tiandihui have? Why do female cats scream at night? Why do 60-year-old Taoist priests often lie dead? Why are all the female cats in the villa pregnant? Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Does this count as a case? That's it. Taoist priest Jinlian and I are close friends. Even if I am not the holder of the Earth Book fragment, I am not an outsider. Why did Suin Luo deny his identity? Hey, where's Senior Y? I don't know, after those gsters appeared, he disappeared. Where is Wai Qianhuan going to show off again? The news of my coming here will definitely spread through those people. There is a small town not far from Yueji Villa, right? Yes. What is your brother's name? Anna. Xiao, Suin Luo, my name is Lingyun. Junior brother Lingyun, I have a favor to ask of you. Immediately disguise yourself and go to the town to gather intelligence and see how the various groups of people react. Mr. Su, rest assured, I will complete the task. And, in a secluded corner somewhere. I get it. Draw circles. First, I need to accumulate enough reputation. There is a small town about 10 miles away from the villa. The scale of the business was not very large, it operated a low-end brothel, 2 inns, and a restaurant. See, the name of the restaurant is Sangxianth. Roast chicken, crab roe buns and plum wine are called the 3 immortals. On a hot summer day, having a jar of iced plum wine and a plate of roast goose is one of the greatest pleasures in life. Sangxianth. Small town inn. Hey, Pavilion Master Y is a decent person who likes to make friends with chivalrous men. Naturally, he will not fight with Suin Luo. Hey, did you know that Suin Luo came to Yueji Villa and he actually knew the traitor of D-Zone? Pavilion Master Y of Mo Pavilion announced that he would not get involved in this matter. I'm curious, how many people do you think will quit our Jianzhou sect? If it were only Mogu, then Pavilion Master Y would be so happy. It's no use looking for something after searching for it everywhere. I originally wanted to meet him after a while, but I didn't expect to run into him today. This time it was not in vain. Oh? Su Qianan also came to Jianzhou? Young master, the master told you not to provoke him. He is just a small bastard who has taken over the magpie's nest. How long can he dominate? One day, I will beat his blood, peel off his skin, and suck his marrow out of his bones. Although this boy has not yet achieved great success, his abilities are definitely not inferior to those of the young master. The young master must understand that an arrogant army will eventually be defeated, and must not take it lightly. Got it. I never underestimated him. You two, one is dumb and the other can only give advice, it's very boring. The left and right envoys are the protectors my father art for me. Although they are a bit annoying, they are outstanding brave warriors. I have never seen them lose. Come. Caress. I heard that Su Qian's sword was made by the supervisor himself. Well, let's take his knife away this time. Is it okay to charge him some interest? This blade is extremely sharp and can compete with Moon Shadow. It would be a good idea for the young master to take it. Ha ha ha, let's go. I heard there's a party at Sangxianf, let's go join in the fun. The owner of Manhwa Tower is a rare beauty. In fact, Yuezhi Villa would send disciples into the town every day to gather intelligence and observe the actions of the people from the underworld who gathered there. This job today was supposed to be done by other disciples, but once I snatched the job away, it would be a job selected by Suing Luo, and I would get with anyone who dared to snatch it from me. After all, the person I admire the most is Suing Luo. Just now, I took a walk around the town and finally got some important information. The evil Taoist priests of the Earth sect and the mysterious G of the Imperial Court invited the Wulin Alliance to have a conversation at the Sangxianf. They cleared the room in a domineering manner, but they didn't seem to care if their conversation was overheard. Sangxianf. So we just let the busybodies stand on the street downstairs to join in the fun. They must be secretly discussing how to deal with the villa. On the second floor of Sangxianf, 3 groups of people were sitting in distinct groups. Manhwa Tower owner Xiao Yuenu. Taoist priest Lan Lian. Is there no man left in the Wulin Alliance? Send a bunch of women to talk about it. This figure. If you have something to say, just say it. If you keep looking at me, I will dig out your eyeballs and soak them in plum wine. The mysterious man who used artillery to bomb Yuezhi Villa this morning. Oh, threatening these lunatics will only make things worse. Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. Since you agreed to form an alliance, why did Mo withdraw halfway? We need an explanation from the Wulin Alliance. All the sects under the Wulin Alliance are independent. Mo's own decision has nothing to do with the Wulin Alliance. Is this the explanation of the Wulin Alliance? The Wulin Alliance has its own rules, and it is not your turn to interfere. Snap. If your sect wants to turn against my Wulin Alliance, Xiao Yuenu will accompany you to the end. Snort. If the host hadn't stopped that person's plot, I would have been dead by now. B.A. It's not just Mo. If I'm not mistaken, several sects will withdraw from the competition tomorrow. You should know that Suing Luo entered Yuezhi Villa. He holds a very high status in the hearts of the people in the martial arts world and the common people, and Mo does not want to be his enemy. I'm afraid it's not just that they don't want to be his enemy. I heard that some people in the Wulin Alliance are planning to protect Su Qi'an. This was the real reason why Dizong and the man in black asked Wulin Alliance to come over. I hope that Lord Xiao will tell Lord Qiao when he returns, asking him to control his subordinates and not to let a few bad apples bring trouble to the entire Wulin Alliance. Oh. Are you threatening the Wulin Alliance? The people of the Earth sect were too afraid of the Yu Clan Villa. Logically speaking, even with the support of Li Miaojin, Su Qian and others, the other side still had little chance of winning given the current situation. Putting aside the overwhelming 4th-rank warrior, just the head of the Earth sect can almost sweep through the Yu Clan Villa, even though it is only a clone. The D clan seemed unwilling to see anyone quit and was eager to strengthen its own strength. Did this mean that there was a super expert hidden in Yu Clan Villa? That's why the Earth sect is so wary, trying every possible means to unite with the Wulin Alliance. Is it worth wasting your breath on a mere Su Qian? Pam. How dare you, a small fry, interrupt my discussion? Left envoy, slap him. Snap. Seen not dead, not dead. Just to give him a punishment, my servants are very measured. You can rest assured. Mega slash. TSK. When I came to Jianzhou, I sent people to inquire about the local customs and practices of Jianzhou. The world of Jianzhou is really boring, like a stagnant pool of water. But the world of Jianzhou is very interesting because there is a Manhwa Tower. It is said that Xiao Yuenu, the owner of Manhwa Tower, is extremely beautiful and a rare beauty. Her reputation is well deserved. After this trip around the world, I took Master Xiao back home, as my room just happened to be in need of a concubine to sleep with me. Shameless person. Boom. She is a little older, but still has charm. I like women like you. Let go. Calm down. Don't get excited, I'm here to form an alliance. Alliance? I want the lotus seeds, but I also want Su Qi'an's life. You dare not offend him, but I do. The barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. I am barefoot now, but no matter how great his image is in the hearts of the people. What are you going to do? Everyone listen. What happened? Who is shouting? Sword box. Young master, that man's soul fluctuations are several times stronger than those of an ordinary warrior. He is a member of the Earth sect in Yu Clan Villa. Snort. Whoever can cut off Su Qi'an's arm will be rewarded with a magic weapon. If 2 arms are cut off, 2 swords will be awarded. If 4 limbs are cut off, 4 swords will be awarded. With Suin Luo. Whoever can cut off Su Qi'an's head will own this entire box of magic weapons. For such a treasure, why should we be afraid of going against the needs? Let's go together. He. The most important thing for Jihu Sanrun is resources. I will send the resources to them now. Do you think those people will still respect Su Qi'an? What's the point of you doing this? A master who has mastered the Vajra Kung Fu cannot be killed by just being an ordinary person in the martial arts world. Didn't Su Qi'an read a poem? Unable to bear watching the waiter become the new elite, he wryly went up to the ring and attacked again. That's my answer. Does he have a grudge against Su Qi'an? It seems that everyone has the same goal. This Blue Lotus Taoist was slapped, but he didn't fight back and agreed to the alliance. It seems that D-Zone is really afraid of Yu Ji. Mr. Zu's enemy is here? One of his followers can easily injure the 4th-ranked Taoist Lan Lian. This young man in white robe who suddenly appeared in the town is a formidable enemy. We must hurry back to report to Master Su. Back. I almost forgot, there is one more thing I haven't done. You are the Taoist priest of Yueji Villa, right? 3. Unable to move. Hurry up and get moving. Send the message back. He asked me to gather intelligence, I can't let him down. Do you want to go back to report? I don't know what you are talking about. I'm just an ordinary person. I didn't say I wouldn't let you report the news, but... Sorry, you have to crawl back. Have you seen it? This is a genuine magical weapon. When the lotus seeds mature tomorrow, each of you will have the opportunity to kill Su Qi'an. Young master, if the master finds out, you will be punished. The master said, don't provoke him. Sound transmission. If I don't provoke him, what's the point of my traveling this time? Sound transmission. If I bring that kid back, with such a huge achievement, my position will be as stable as Mount Tai. Sound transmission. The main purpose of this trip is to hone my martial arts, but meeting the boy who was supposed to die at the end of the Beijing inspection year is also my purpose. Since the imperial inspection, he had been hearing about Su Qi'an's deeds one after another, and he was furious. The more prosperous the Su family is, the more they are in their hearts. Where is he? It has been sent back to the village. Ling Yin was sent back by someone, his legs were chopped off, and we couldn't summon his soul. Uncle Bai Lian said he had an unfulfilled wish. Woo woo woo. Who did it? He was a mysterious young man wearing a white robe, accompanied by 2 giants wearing bamboo hats. I heard that he had a conflict with Taoist Lan Lian from the Earth sect in Sangxianf, and the giant beside him slapped Taoist Lan Lian. The restaurant hall is a relatively closed space, the distance between the 2 sides is not too far, and warriors have an overwhelming advantage over other systems. But even if Taoist Lan Lian is of middle to lower level among Lotus Taoists, the other party's strength is at least senior 4th rank. Afterwards, the man announced a reward in public and took out 4 magic weapons at once, threatening that whoever could cut off one of Master Zu's arms would be rewarded with 1 magic weapon, and whoever could cut off 4 limbs would be rewarded with 4 magic weapons. If you can cut off Master Zu's head, all the magic weapons in the sword box will be given to the person who has made the contribution. Arrogance. So it seems that the young man in white robe is coming for you, Ningyan? Amitba, I find it unlikely. Lord Su was in the capital before and just came to Jianzhou today. It is impossible for the news to spread so quickly and even attract his enemies. Unless the young man in white robe is already in Jianzhou, but young Master Lu said that the man's identity is mysterious and he is not from Jianzhou, so he should be coming for the lotus seeds. Do you have any impression of this person? I don't know him. But I roughly understand which faction he belongs to. Cough. Looking at the 9 provinces, the many forces, the major systems, who can easily take out so many magical instruments and treat them as worthless? See Tianjian can. But the Qi'an is not the only one. To be precise, only a sorcerer can do it, and he must be a high-quality sorcerer. The young man in white robe has the support of a high-level sorcerer. High-level sorcerers who are not from the Imperial Observatory are all too familiar with it. My luck is related to the mysterious sorcerer Ji, and they wanted to use the tax case to attack me. The young man in the white robe should know about luck, otherwise he would not show such strong hostility towards me. The mysterious warlock Ji is finally going to attack me? That's not quite right. Maybe Master Hung Yuan is right. This was an accidental encounter. The young man in white robe must have happened to know that I was in Jianzhou. Such a high-profile behavior is not in line with the style of the mysterious sorcerer. It should not be him behind the scenes, but luck that made me and the young man in white robes meet. In this case, this might be an opportunity for me to kill him, summon his spirit, and solve all the doubts. Then the young man in white robe grabbed Lingyun, cut off his legs, and made him crawl back. I was not there at the time, but when I heard the news, I rushed over immediately. I saw Lingyun crawling on the street, leaving 2 long trails of blood. He was already unconscious, but he was still trying hard to crawl. The young man in white robe followed Lingyun, watching the fun with a smile on his face, and did not allow others to rescue Lingyun. Lingyun crawled all the way out of the town before he died. After the young man in white robe left, I dared to step forward and bring him back. I'm sorry. Senior brother Jinlian, has the Tiandi Hui fallen to this point? Anyone can step on it. Lingyun is a child we watched grow up. Cal M. His soul cannot be summoned out, and his eyes cannot be closed. Do you have anything to say to him? You've accomplished your mission. For Taoist disciples, death is not the end. We will raise his soul. He just accompanies us in a different way. The situation is now very de-rouse. The Wulin Alliance, D-Zone, YWS spy and this guy who suddenly appeared, his strength is unclear, but the 2 followers around him are at least peak 4th rank, and it is foreseeable that they will have a large number of magic weapons. Even if we have the support of the formation tomorrow, can we really resist so many masters with just a few of us? Let all disciples leave the yard, I have a. Since the home advantage has been compressed, instead of waiting for the enemy to gather tomorrow, it is better to take the initiative and divide and conquer them. After dusk, kill. No, we have to protect the lotus seeds. How can we kill them in the town? Besides, the town is full of experts now. Without the support of the formation, it is impossible for you to defeat them. Abandoning the home advantage and charging into the enemy camp is courting death. That guy deliberately made such a big noise and humiliated Lingyun, just to lure me over. He must know my background and my temper. Then you are still going? Cam. I said I was going to kill them, but I didn't say I was going to fight in the town. Tomorrow, the forces gathered in the town will launch a massive attack. We have to bear all the pressure, including the masters of the Wulin League, the masters of the Earth Sect, the spies of the King of Huai, and the new bastard. What do you mean? Because of this, even with the support of the formation, we may not be able to win. But what if we divide the enemy in advance? A quarter of an hour later. Mr. Su, you will avenge Lingyun, right? Nod. Swish. CMA. KO. What are you worried about? Landlord. After you came back, you asked around about the identity of that young man. Did you take a fancy to him? No, it's not. I'm talking about Su Qian. Not really. I just respect and admire him, so I am worried about him. The young man in white robe has a mysterious origin, and the 2 followers around him are extremely powerful. Even in Jinzhou, they are among the top. His own strength was not revealed, but it seemed that he was not weak. Nah. I can feel that many people have been tempted by those magical instruments. Suin Luo might be in Der tomorrow. Der is inevitable when you get into trouble with such a powerful and wealthy enemy. However, Suin Luo was equally strong and had the Vajra magical skill to protect him. Although he was no match for the 2 followers, he had no problem escaping. Young master, doing this will disrupt the plan and is not allowed. You should know my situation well. Doing nothing will only make it more difficult for me. But if I can capture Su Qian and bring him back, all threats and covetousness will disappear, and no one will be able to shake my position. A person with great luck will always turn misfortune into fortune. Even that person can only let nature take its course, otherwise he would have died long ago. Does he still need your help? Cod M. Luck is not omnipotent, otherwise, who would practice? Everyone is vying for luck. B. It seems that I underestimated him and he didn't take the bait. Well, it is also possible that his companions stopped him. It's me. Su Qian. IGA. You are indeed here. I have analyzed your personality. You are impulsive and strong, and you cannot tolerate any injustice. I openly provoked you in the town and killed that Earth sect disciple. With your personality, you would never tolerate it. I guessed it. Did you guess that the Taoist priest of Dzong, the spy of YW? The entire inn has been surrounded by now? A senior once told me, everyone has weaknesses in their character. As long as you grasp it, it can be a fatal blow. You really hit upon the weakness of my character. Oh, you smart guy. CPAM. The sea ends and the sky becomes the shore, the art reaches its peak and I am the peak. I'm late. It was teleportation. I didn't notice his disguise just now. Secret Agent Tianshu. Priest Qinglian. Cam. Secret Agent Secret. Priest Green Lotus. Why Qianhuan is here too. It is not surprising that Su Qian has always had a good relationship with the sorcerers of the Imperial Observatory. He wants to divide us and defeat us one by one? The maximum teleportation distance of a 4th grade warlock is about 30 miles, which is not too far. The only uncertainty is in which direction he teleports the person. Hey, stupid. We can't wait any longer, we have to split up and track him. The warlock's teleportation can be interrupted, and it might have been a surprise attack just now. With the strength of those 2 masters, it is impossible for them to do it again. Don't chase too far. If there is no fluctuation of qi, it means you are going in the wrong direction. Qi direction immediately. At this time, many groups of people rushed to the outside of the inn. There are disciples of the Earth sect wearing feathered Taoist robes. There are some people in the underworld who have formed an alliance secretly. There are secret agents of the Hui King. The Wulin alliance was also alarmed. All the forces agreed with this, so they laid an ambush here together, preparing to ambush Su Qian. This was a premeditated ambush. After forming an alliance in Sangxian during the day, the young man in white robe revealed his plan. Unexpectedly, there was a 4th grade sorcerer hidden in Yueshi Villa. I'm in charge of the West, the rest of the way. Boom. Dayton. Boom. Earth, was there an earthquake? Boom. 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 Ho. Woohoo. Run ca. Slow down. Slow down. Throw. You guys go first, I'll take care of this girl from the Ligu tribe. This girl is quite pretty. Remember not to kill her. Leave her to me, the Taoist priest, to play with. I never show mercy to my enemies. Hey! Amit Ba. It turned out that this was premeditated. I underestimated you. Let's stop talking nonsense. Last time in Chuzhou, you guys ran fast. The same thing goes back to you. I was just about to settle this with you. Do you think this is all we have, Ard? At this time, another place. What happened? There was a fight at the inn. Judging from the fluctuations of the qi, it was a fourth-grade fight. Evacuate the people in the town immediately, and use violence against those who refuse to cooperate. Yes. Who are the people who caused the conflict? Su Qi'an is coming to kill him. What? This is really his. 30 miles away from the town. To be honest, I thought you were going to teleport us to Yuezhi Villa, and then I would be in Realder. We were caught off guard just now. Now don't even think about teleporting us again. Should I say you are smart or stupid? Ha 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 ha. I think you are very smart, because you know how to flatter me and ask for death. To kill you, a small fry, Brother Y and I are enough. Lamb. Li Miaojin and others are in the small town, there is no point in teleporting them to the villa. First of all, the 9-colored lotus cannot withstand the strong. A chi fluctuation, a lotus is a treasure, but its magic is not in defense. Secondly, the 2 followers of the young man in white robes were extremely powerful. Once a fight broke out in the villa, the disciples of the Tiandi Hui would definitely be implicated. Although they would inevitably be involved in the battle tomorrow. Finally, Wai Qianuan ard several layers of defense formations, just like defending a city. If the enemy wanted to climb up the city wall, they would have to pay the price of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. There is no reason to send the enemy to the top of the city for no reason. Oh, lowly ants are not worth my effort. If you meant to make me you succeeded. Are you worthy? You don't dare to show your true face to others, are you afraid of my revenge? Oh. My lords, kill this guy for me. Anya. Bite. Despair. A crude warrior, let you know the greatness and terror of the warlock. Boom. 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 Flash. He. Boom boom boom. 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 Swing empty. For a peak level 4th rank warrior, the distance just now would allow him to inflict heavy damage to an opponent of the same rank easily. It was a close call. I almost hit the gutter. You used teleportation devices and sorcery to deal with me. Should I say you are smart or stupid? Be afraid after be afraid. I think you are very smart because you have successfully made me experience the joy of having my IQ crushed. Brother Y is a sorcerer, and his professional ability is very strong. I was worried about him just now, but it turns out that I was worrying about nothing. He is doing it with ease. Left envoy, hold the line for me. I'll deal with this little bastard. Young master, you are a precious person, how can you put yourself in there? The safest way is for me to join hands with you to kill him. In a life and death struggle, there is no need to act on impulse. Good. 2 together. Otherwise, I can beat 10 ants like you. Ha, I have been practicing martial arts since I was young, day and night, and I think I am not inferior to any of my peers. Everyone in Dafeng praises you, Su Qian, for your extraordinary talent, which is not inferior to that of the king of Zhenbei. But I know that you are just relying on your luck. It is because of a series of adventures that you have reached your current position. In fact, you are nothing. He really knows that I have good fortune and is jealous. I can't wait to kill someone and summon his soul. Ko Pam. Your sword is a magical weapon made by the supervisor. But my moon shadow is not bad either. Can break me. Vidra magic power. 5th grade? I said, without luck, you are just a piece of crap. Today I will crush you, chop off your limbs, and cut you into a human stick. Not only that, I'm going to take all your stuff away. Heart sword. The previous attack was just a test. This person was not a 4th grade person, and he did not figure out his intention. Then my heart sword can effectively shock the opponent's soul. There was no time to perform the heaven and earth slash. We had to kill this arrogant guy before the strong man who was guarding the formation could react. Zheng. Hold. Brother, why? Come on. Laugh. It was a close call. If it weren't for this precious protective treasure, I would have been beheaded. Hey, you have the invincible Vajra to protect you, and I also have a magical weapon to protect me. Click. All Krypton Gold players should die. Young master, please don't delay any longer. This old servant has discovered that this boy's soul is different from that of an ordinary person and is extremely difficult to deal with. Back off. Do you think you are a child of destiny? A child of destiny who is no less talented than the king of Jinbei? A person who rose from the ashes? Let me tell you a secret. Actually, you are just a humble and poor creature. You think you are great, but it is just the power bestowed upon you by our family. Your family? See, damn it, a mere 6th rank cultivator is so difficult to deal with. This sword technique is linked together, one strike after another. Ever since I mastered this sword technique, I have never met an opponent among my peers. Do you dare to take my 9 knives? Since I started practicing martial arts, I have only practiced one type of sword technique, called 9-ring sword. Bite. Bite. At night, it is the most ferocious. I forgot to tell you that the moon shadow sword has a spirit and can devour the moonlight on its own. 9th knife. Cut heaven and earth with one sword. Qi'an. That's it? Have you ever met a rival among your peers? How is it possible? Young master. Boom. Accelerate. This arrow is called No Regrets. It is the most special and powerful weapon I brought with me this time. Call out. It seems that every time it shoots into the air, it accumulates power. This is unscientific. Where does its power come from? Anka. I don't believe that its speed will get faster and faster, and can be superimposed to infinity? Settle down. Pili. B. I have to admit that you are more powerful than I expected. As a 6th rank cultivator, you were able to break my protective magic weapon. If you continue to grow, you will be nurturing a tiger to harm you. Koan. Of course, you don't have the chance to grow, and you don't even know that the butcher's knife hanging over your head is about to fall. In terms of status, you are not as noble as me. In terms of helpers and followers, you are not as good as me. In terms of tactics and strategies, you are still being played around by me. What do you have to fight me? You are just a lowly person who took advantage of me. Now everything you have should be mine. Boom, boom, boom. But that's all I care about. I have always been kind to losers. I won't kill you today, but I will cut off your hands and feet, destroy your cultivation, and take you back to claim credit. The young master is gifted and intelligent, a rare talent, but you must not be arrogant. Act quickly to avoid any more trouble. Missed. Avoid. 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 Ko mum. Impossible, you don't have the chance to use the Confucian magic book, you don't have the chance to use it at all. Move. Oh. Do you think that I just let White Qian fire the cannon in a fit of rage? Flash. A warrior is a warrior, his crudeness makes people feel pity for him. Flash. No. Impossible. In fact, there is another way to win quickly. You only need to chant, "My Qi is strengthened tenfold." It is guaranteed that Xiao Qian can be killed in one blow. The price was, both of them died. The Confucian idea that what you say must be followed is a violation of the rules, and it will be backfired by the rules. How to use Confucian magic reasonably. Su Qian's conclusion is to try to only brag about reasonable things. The first boast is that the aftereffects of the heaven and earth slash were delayed by 2/4 of an hour. The second cowhide is off-center, both are fresh and refined calfskin. Flash. Sheath the knife. In behind him. Cut heaven and earth with one sword. CL. Young master. Save me quickly, hurry up. Day. Crash. Fall. Otherwise, it'll give you 1/4 of an hour. If you can crawl out 20 feet, it'll let you go. A kind reminder, crawl quickly, maybe you can get treatment before your blood runs out. In terms of fighting power, you are not as good as me, in terms of means, you are not as good as me, in terms of strategy, you are still not as good as me. Su Qian, you can't kill him. If he dies, the master will exterminate all 9 generations of your clan. What can you use to fight me? Then you should look carefully. It's over. Come on, they are just ahead. Hurry up and catch up. If you are late, Su Qian will be killed by that person himself. Do you still want the magic weapon? Would it be a big taboo to kill Suyin Luo? What are you afraid of? I have already shed my appearance. No one can get rich without unexpected fortune. If you want to stand out, you have to take an unconventional approach. The host, the leader of the Divine Fist sect, and the leader of the MO Pavilion have all stepped forward. You should also help Suyin Luo later. We in the Wulin Alliance want the 9-colored lotus. Treasures belong to those who are capable. But if I get the treasures of heaven and earth, I am lucky. If I lose them, I will die. But Suyin Luo. Dafeng has been around for so many years, and only one Su Qian has appeared. It would be too boring to waste it here. So, hurry up and catch up. If you are late, Suyin Luo will be under. On one side is a mysterious young man who has 2 4th-grade peak followers and a deep background in magical weapons. On one side, all his companions stayed in the town to delay the situation, and Su Qian only had one helper. It is easy to imagine which side the balance of victory and defeat will tilt towards. Boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Who wants to kill me? I thought he was so powerful, but he issued a bounty in such a high-profile manner, causing everyone to decide to take the risk and kill Suyin Luo. Well done. We underestimated Suyin Luo. Since he dared to come and kill us, he must have something to rely on. He actually died at the hands of Suyin Luo. Ugh, useless stuff. We originally thought that his companions all stayed in the small town. As expected of Suyin Luo, we worried for nothing. Who is that white-robed wizard? Who is that beauty? He was able to fight a 4th-rank warrior to a standstill. Humph. Don't be happy too soon, those 2 black-robed masters are at the peak of the 4th rank. As long as we can hold Su Qian back and wait for the arrival of our Dizong elders, it is still unknown who will win. In fact, it would be better if he died, as it would make those 2 masters take revenge on Su Qian at all costs. Another 1/4 of an hour. The fatigue from using the heaven and earth sword slash will be returned to me doubly due to the backlash of Confucian magic. Cam. In the small town, only Li Niaojin and Chu Yuanjin have 4th grade combat power. Lina and Master Hung Yuan are a little bit inferior and cannot delay for too long. However, a peak-level 4th grade warrior is too difficult to kill, and I'm afraid the outcome may not be determined even if the fight lasts until dawn. Got it. As the saying goes, if the master is humiliated, the servant dies. I have cut off the head of your master. Why do you still have the dignity to live in this world? Why don't you commit suicide quickly and apologize? Or do you want revenge? Come on, kill me if you can. Attack from both sides. I am behind the left envoy, imprisoned. I am a man of both sides. Stagnate. Stagnate. Ahoo. Boom. The power of the sword of the leader of the human sect is indeed so terrifying. The vitality of a 4th rank warrior is extremely strong. As long as he is not dead, he may be able to kill me. Take a step back. You just. Afraid? I have the warden as my backer, a big boss inside my body, and a talisman sword given by my kind aunt. Who am I more afraid of than a backer? Young master. You fool, even if you are the Prince of Dafeng, you are no match for me. Snap. Snap. If Qi'an's joining was just a sudden inspiration, then Nong Qianro is the core figure of my entire plan tonight. The situation of 3-2 would certainly make Zhou Qian confident that he had a sure win. With a trump card in hand, the tactics can be flexible and varied. Phew, this guy is pretty good at grabbing heads. The two of them have quite a few magical weapons. 1 portion for each person. Don't be greedy, give 1 portion to Wei Qianhuan. Gone. Why didn't the head of the Earth sect take action? Have you forgotten the mysterious strong man who appeared in Shuzhou? If the Taoist leader takes action, will the mysterious strong man also take action? The Taoist leader's clone will be used to fight for the lotus seeds. What were you 3 doing? The leader of Mo Pavilion and the leader of Xinquan Ji stopped us. The crude warriors are thick-skinned and tough, and are very difficult to deal with. After tonight, this group of wandering warriors no longer dared to be enemies with Su Qianan. The many GS in the Wulin Alliance will also have disagreements because of this, and a large part of them will withdraw. The situation is not good. Yueshur Villa. Back. Mr. Su, what's the matter? Kill. It's so. Those 2 4th grade. That's good. No. Not good. Prepare healing pills. Prepare meals. Prepare hot water and clean clothes. Taoist priest. Ready to rescue me. Mr. Su. His face turned pale, his eyes became wide.